Yeah, no, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
Alright, guys, welcome back to another amazing day at Indian Predator League 2024 powered by Acer. We are back with the Valorant action, and this is the day number two. So, definitely, we are going to see some more actions coming up. And if we talk about the schedule, you're going to see amazing teams, first of all. But yeah, let me inaugurate the casters. My name is Rita. Along with me, we do have my amazing friend, Anna Aiden. And Anna, are you excited for the day? Because again, we have got the
I
confirmation
am.
on the back. We have quite a few amazing teams. Yeah.
Yes, we do. And today is going to be super exciting because there's a lot of names that people are going to recognize and the players that we're going to recognize. And that just puts a little more relatability into the game. And I'm waiting for that because yesterday we did see a lot of good games, but then again, they were all pretty lopsided. Today, I'm hoping for more competition, and more the competition, merrier the chaos.
Well, let's talk about the stakes. Stakes are way too high. 6,50,000 rupees it is. First place, that means the champions are going to get 3,50,000 rupees. The second place, or should I say the runner-ups, are going to get 2 lakh rupees. And on the hindsight, if you talk about the third position, they will be getting 1 lakh rupees of the chunk from 6,50,000. So I believe the stakes are very high. Apart from the bragging rights of winning the championship, yeah, I believe the teams are going to give their 110%.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, all that money tells me is that I can eat a lot of vada pav in that. So yeah,
Okay.
that's a whole year's supply of vada pav for me, and I'm very excited for that. I don't know. I mean, people might have different choices, but food comes first for me. But yeah, we do have
Great.
interesting matches today, as mentioned earlier by you, Raider. So I would like you to please shed some more light on that.
Ooh, so we are going to start with True Rippers versus GCs. Then we will be moving forward to G Phoenixes versus Team Skill Issue. Again, another interesting team to be honest. Then we have Badua Lipa versus Chai Esports, and then after that, the last match of the day will be Team Sarafa versus Coup de Grace.
See, I wasn't wrong about food. I'm seeing a lot of logos that resemble that. But yeah, these teams are going to be giving us quite a delightful meal today to watch them and rejoice with.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be appetizing. I'm already waiting to see what happens next because these teams are going to be serving us with something delicious.
Well, definitely. Let's talk about the versus Team True Rippers versus GGs. We even saw in the logo of Sarafa, we had some forks and spoons coming in. So definitely this day is going to be
Yep.
absolutely amazing. But let's have a look at the first matchup. It's True Rippers versus GGs. So I'm excited to see which particular map it is going to be in the map veto. And apart from that, okay, we are going to get the information of the map veto first of all. Then the agent selection will be coming in for sure. But
Ooh.
the decider will be in the map of Breeze. What do you have to say about that, Anna?
This is one beautiful map. Like, it's very scenic, but then it's also
Mm-hmm.
very difficult to play on because it does give you a completely different play style compared to all the other maps that we do have in the pool. So I'm pretty excited to see how these teams are going to acquire themselves onto Breeze. Plus, it has gone through a lot of changes. So that's going to be another thing that they're going to have to adapt to.
Yeah.
It's the one that they have least practice on right now compared to all the other matches. So this is going to be super fun to watch.
Oh, I
Am I
already
seeing a
thought that
Harbor
Viper
coming
might
in?
be coming in. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Harbor for you. Viper for me. I definitely wanted to see a Viper coming into the picture, and that's exactly what we have got. We have dual Vipers. I mean, kind of a mirror competition is going to come in, except if we talk about the Sova replacement by the Harbor is there. We have KO against Sky. So that will be very interesting to watch out how these particular set of agents are going to play. Apart from that, True Reapers is going to start with the attacking side. I feel, again, trouble might rise for them.
It might very well happen because having seen that they have gone with double initiators, it definitely goes ahead and tells you already that this is not going to be inviting any fast hits coming in from the side of True Rippers. If we talk about GGZ, they have double duelists coming in, so that's going to be fun. I think they are looking for the fights and trying to go ahead and acquire as many as possible. Now again, we did see double duelist yesterday. We had Yoru come in, but there was no fruit to it. However, I'm not expecting the same from True Rippers because I mean, they have a renowned name and that is for a reason. So their reputation definitely precedes them. And with that, we can believe that these two duelists are going to be wreaking a lot of havoc onto this map.
I mean, if you talk about the map of Breeze, we definitely want to see some beautiful kills and beautiful use of utilities coming in as well. But there you go, guys. The first match of this day in India Predator League 2024 day number two will be getting started pretty soon. There you go. We are in the buy phase for now. And I feel once again the picks of Ghost, Classics, and the Frenzy will be coming in. Oh, we do have a Sheriff as well coming from the Duelist, Crucifix. So yeah, totally looking forward to see how the defenders are going to play. On the hindsight, if you talk about the approach, maybe first of all it is going to go come for the A side, and then eventually they might flank back to the different sides of B angles, because again B is also totally revamped. If you talk about the changes that is there in this particular map, we have a plethora of details. To be honest, we have mid pillars, we have mid cubby, we have B back, and B side. Plenty of situations to talk about, but let's talk about the round. There you go. It is already started.
Yep, all of the Cypher utility has been dumped onto site B. There's going to be a lot of information that can be derived right away. However, the cam has been
Yeah.
recalled, so it seems like they have somehow managed to collect the information that most number of players are already towards site A. Now, site A is being rotated from, and they are trying to move in towards site B, but the Cypher cam is not going to be, usable yet for the side of GGZ, and they might be missing out on the intel that they require by the cam. But the tripwires still will be giving enough for GGZ to know exactly what's happening, but fighting it off might be slightly more harder. Ooh, sneaky! He got taken down instantly. I thought that was his fight.
Tables are turning. Look at this. Once again, if we talk about the KO, ooh, with Blind definitely managed to take down the Cypher. With that, the entry pretty much possible. Now it's a 2v3 scenario. My bad, it's a 1v5 scenario coming into the picture. With the classic Viper, definitely wanted to make a dent. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Viper gets taken down. With that, the result is clear that Team True Rippers is here to make a statement today.
They sure are. They sure are. I mean, they did execute it very calculatively. It was good enough for them. Since the beginning, they gave up information and then they tried to fake it out. They were able to easily rotate onto the next site. It did seem like they were going to lose their jet early on, but they did not. So, congratulations to them on that. And now, with better weaponry, they're going to be marching back in. And they also have a Vandal into the mix. So, even if they have one player surviving by the end of this, they're gonna have one recovered weapon, which is gonna be good enough for the next fight as well.
Yeah.
Oh, early loss.
Big loss indeed with the Vandal. Takes down the mirror agent. That was the Jet who has been taken down. So the duelist from the defender's perspective has been taken down. Not just that, it's Viper. And then if we talk about Sova, yes, he's also out of the equation. Now it's all about the duelist, Reina. And then we have the cyber cages coming in from Cypher as well. But let's see how it is going to be utilized. There you go with the Sheriff. Definitely finds a beautiful one. Sneaky manages to take Jet down. And apart from that, now the situation comes down to the last few players. But with this, True Ripper once again successfully plants the bomb and also manages to wipe out the whole team out of the existence from GG's perspective. That's a very good initiation, to be honest. Back-to-back control of A bomb side is looking very good. But this time, they might approach the B side through the snake or through the B main.
True, and this time considering that there's not as much difference in the weaponry, I mean, even if they get a couple of frags, they're gonna be on a good enough position. True Rippers might find themselves winning the bonus as well because they have a couple of bulldogs which are good enough. They're not bad at all. And when you talk about vandals, they have 1 and 2 can be easily recovered. But then again, it is gonna be a fight which is gonna be hard to take on.
Yeah.
Let's see how it turns out. Snake area is already populated by 3 players, if I'm right, and then 1 is trying to approach from behind. However, the lurking Viper might be a difficulty.
Well, there you go. The entry comes in. Cypher gets taken down. With that, we have Reina on the back end. Sneaky definitely was able to dish out an output, and in this time, again, Team King has been taken down. Not looking good for Team True Rippers because it's a fight of 3v4. Now it's a 3v3, but the Shock Bulls, they are working indeed. Now comes down to a 2v2 scenario. Camera has been taken down. That's interesting. We have Hell, who's still holding the mids. I would definitely love to see how Viper is going to initiate in this particular scenario. There you go. Gets spotted with the Bulldog. Might be able to find the output. Indeed, he does. Sova is going to plant. And we have the Hunter, who is still surviving from the opponent's perspective. It's Sova versus Sova. And then we have the addition of a Cypher as well with the full HP. Having the Bulldog in his hand, he might actually have gone for some different guns. But no, decided to go with Bulldog and finds the last player as well. With that, the round is done. Back-to-back few amazing rounds in the favor of True Rippers, and they are just completely overpowering every single situation in their favor. But this time, well, a timeout will be coming in from GG's because they really need it. They need to orchestrate a beautiful plan. Again, this map is very tactical and actually comparatively a new one, to be honest. So that's why maybe the teams are still struggling a bit.
Behind. However, the lurking Viper. Absolutely, it does seem so that GG's is struggling, and right now getting the timeout is something that they really needed, and they were desperately looking for one.
Yeah.
They got it at the right time. I mean, early on, losing your buy round after having lost the first pistol round and the eco is definitely something that teams don't look out to, because once you lose the third, you're going to be losing the fourth as well, because the weaponry advantage is huge for the other team. True Rippers,
Yeah.
however, do need a commendable praise at this point of time, because they have been working really well. And it seems like even after losing a lot of players, they were able to squeeze the round, which is good enough. I mean, I was looking at the fact that they will be able to recover weapons, but at the end, they won with both the bulldogs. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they're good at whatever weapon you give them.
I mean, the trigger discipline and the precision that is working out is looking very good. And even if you talk about the utils, look at that. Reina was able to take down Viper, but instantly what happens? A shock bolt comes in. First one was able to be escaped by the Reina, but second one actually got connected, and due to that, Reina got taken down. That's how beautiful the players of True Rippers are performing. Like they are having the information and they are utilizing it very fruitfully. So that's absolutely amazing. This time again, the B side will be the optimum side where these guys are going to hit, and the only guy which is there, the only agent that we have is going to be the duelist Reina. Apart from that, Cypher and Sova are lurking in the mids. We have the window control as well coming in, but Sova is moving forward. There you go, Reina gets taken down. Sneaky is not going to be that sneaky in this round. It's going to be a difficult one. KO plants the bomb. KO plants the spike. No hindrance in that. There is nobody to stop them, and with that, as we can see, the toxic screen will be now getting deplenished, and with that I feel there might be some beautiful contestment coming in as well, but DM King barely some HPs. Savage Yoda also gets taken down. Cypher versus Cypher, this is interesting. Vibor finds Viper, with that anti-venom gets Rabbit, and now it's the last guy, the Jet, surviving in the game. Ooh, finds a beautiful one with the Ghost.
Oh, this is
Oh.
this was given up by
Wow.
Techno, it seems. But well, it's still gonna be a 2v1. Not very easy, and the time is running out, the clock is ticking, and the HP is about to drain as well. I guess the save is the right call, and with that, the round will end again in the favor of True Rippers, for no surprise, because again, the weaponry disadvantage was huge on the side of GGZ, and we got to see that come into play as well. But yes, I mean, it seems like Sneaky is a very pivotal agent when it comes to GG's, because once he is taken down, it seems like the rest of the teams find it very difficult to hold their ground, and that is showing in their play. After having lost 4 rounds in a row, I feel like
Yeah.
the operator pick is kinda on the risky side, but let's see if fruits will come out of it.
I mean, it can actually totally change the trajectory of this game as well if Jet is able to find some good picks. So maybe that is what the notion is all about. I'm definitely looking forward to see how Jet can be the fruitful agent at this point. She's trying to lurk in the mids and trying to get the control from that wooden door. But then again, the rotations will be coming in. The flashpoint goes in. Let's see how it is going to be helpful for the KO. And if we talk about the camera, yes, it is also giving the vital information for Cypher. But now the ultimate, the Viper Spit is going to come. With that, I feel the control of Team True Rippers is still going to be dominant. Rabe is still going to be in the outskirts. He's going to hold his own angle. Zuko finds DM King. That's not a very good situation for Team True Rippers, but they still have managed to plant the bomb. Apart from that, if we talk about Techno to Gold, yes, time is running out. True Rippers back to back, they're picking up the frags, but at the same point, GG's is retaliating. We still have an Empress that might come in, but even before that, I believe the players are still holding their own grounds, but look at this. True Rippers completely gets shattered. With that, the bomb will be defused, that's for sure. And there you go. In every single round, if you talk about the past 4 rounds, yes, Team True Rippers were coming very close to getting diminished, but somehow they were still surviving. But in this round, GG's manages to capitalize despite of the fact that the ultimates were using.
Absolutely, it was an expensive round from the side of True Rivers. They had to use an ultimate, and even after that, holding on was very difficult. Specifically because of the frag on Helif, because he was on an angle which was supposed to catch people off guard, but then the timing of the cage was just off. The moment the cage was triggered, Sneaky knew that someone is on the back lines, made sure that they were cleared, and then it was just a 2v1, which was hard to survive for the side of the Viper. I mean, this is a very calculative retake that has come in from the side of GG's, but then again, replicating it might be slightly difficult because you won't always find the right timing to catch off the people on backlines. Being aware is going to be key to actually acquiring more rounds and getting yourself onto an equalizer.
What?
Huge miss here.
What?
And that one miss will result in 3-player loss.
That's fatal, that's fatal. Not just that, other 2 players to be precise, have also been taken down by the particular team of the GG's. And it does feel like that previous pick of AWP, although it was not that useful, but still, that momentum came in, to be honest. Neural threat will be utilized so that the information is going to get revealed where the players are, and that's exactly what this guy Hell is going to get. There you go, Savage Yoda also gets taken, and all of a sudden the tables are turning. It is looking like a True Rippers round. There is still a possibility of this round being in their favor, but there you go. Towards the shoot, I believe the spike is already dropped. But apart from that, Crucifix gets taken down. It's all about the Reina and a very low amount of HP. But the Empress will be utilized. This is the time where this should happen. But KO had other plans, and Reina gets taken down despite of the fact that the ultimates were used. Exactly like what happened to True Rippers in the 5th round. Exactly like that happened to GG's. Initially, they had control, but they slipped away in the mids.
It did. It did. There was a comeback window that opened up, and once it did, it was a huge capitalization that came in from the side of True Rivers. 4 frags for LF himself, and messing up in the last round, he found himself the redemption in this one. I mean, well done. This is how you come back after having messed up one single timing by taking 4 frags off in the next one. I mean, talk about redeeming yourself.
Oh man, this round was absolutely fun, to be honest. The 6-1, but now once again they're approaching the A side. They have left this side for a long period of time, but now they are approaching with the classic. The Jet wants to find an output,
Goodness.
and I feel she might, but even before that, Rusifix is taken down. Now it's all about the 3 members standing. We have the sneaky, trying to be very sneaky beyond the pyramids, but unfortunately gets taken down. Now it's all about the Viper. Does not have the right equipment to play with, and that's why it will be a flawless round without any hindrance. The team known as GGs will be getting out. And on the hindsight, if you talk about the hindrance, yes, True Rippers definitely made a statement by winning this particular round. But apart from all the other situations, I have to, I guess, consider the fact that GGs decided to go for a save round. Their eco was coming in. This could have been a thrifty, but no, I guess it is in the favor of True Rippers.
Absolutely. I guess the opportunity of getting a thrifty on Breeze just becomes very low considering that the angles are super long, and being able to fight them off against Vandals with a classic is
Yeah.
just going to be super difficult. And that is the reason GG's did not even try to invest into upgraded pistols. They knew the range is not going to work out. It's going to be a sure shot on luck if they do get to win this. So they did not invest any money, and they tried to acquire some results, but they did not. And with a flawless, they entered into a next round. Now, True Rippers, they have a good economy on their ultimates. They have a good economy on their number of rounds, and they are trying to cross over the half point mark in the first half. This is happening. This is already in the favor of True Rippers.
I mean, even after the fact that Sova already knew the positioning of the Jet, he was unable to take her down. Yes, initially it took 2 or 3 shots, but yeah, there was the back of Cypher also coming to the picture. But apart from that, Jet finally finds 2 good kills in this particular round. Apart from that, we have the opponents Jet, Reina, and Viper surviving in the game, and they're all approaching from the defender's spawn. So let's see how fruitful their approach is going to go. Apart from that, if we talk about the flank angles, there is no flanks. Yes, there is one player, Reina, rotating from the mids. Unfortunately, that rotation is not going to be resulted in any favorable stance. But DM King really wants to get a 1v4 in his favor, and that's why he's pushing Yell. Well, a 1v3 is already here. Now the AWP. AWP is the concern. Hell finds the last player. With that, I believe Jet was able to get at least 3 frags in this round.
Yep. I mean, DM King definitely made sure that he had everything he was looking for. Being the duelist, being able to go ahead and acquire that taste of blood is just something so impeccable, and it was very well executed from the side of DM King. He got himself the frags he wanted.
Mhm.
The last one could have gone his way as well, but Helef just wanted to be a spoil sport for once, and it's all okay as long as the round flows in your favor. It's all good and
Yeah.
fine. But well, we walk into the ninth one. Now it's only 4 rounds remaining, and this is gonna be difficult from here because being able to acquire a good number of rounds is something that every team wants in the first half, and it seems like it's not working for GG's just yet. Oh, through the wall.
Ooh, the wall
This
bang.
is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
It's already hurting a lot. It does feel like that the Cypher is the last one. He's trying to totally save the gun because his survival is kind of out of the equation. He has to come up with a 1v4 at least. Apart from that, the bomb is yet to be planted. So I feel that could be the approach. Has got the Vandal. He's trying to rotate back to the A side, but there is nobody who is concerned about it. But through the wooden doors, I feel once again the approach of the E side could be coming in. And this guy who really wants to go for a save might be getting spotted pretty soon. And there you go. The cameras are still utilizing. The spy cam is still being utilized by the Cypher. He's trying to get all the information that is possible, but Savage Young now has the information that the player is here. And there you go, with a good shot of Vandal, finally finds Techno to cold. The Viper gets taken down. We have the K also peeking, but at a similar angle, another player gets taken down with the Cyber Cage. He's going to push forward, but I feel Jet and the other guy already have the information. If I'm not wrong, DM King has his inspiration from Deathmatch King. He is definitely a king when it comes to a 1v1 battle.
Oh, sure is. Sure is. Any fight you present, there's a good upper hand advantage coming in for the side of DM King, and
Yeah.
he's doing absolutely fine for the team as of now. Not only him, I feel like the whole team is right now on the verge of just acquiring more and more numbers to themselves. Look at the charts right now. The lowest fragger from the side of True Rippers still has equal number of frags to Sneaky, who's top fragging from his team. I mean, call about discrepancy.
Yeah, well, totally agreeing on your points. But there you go. The ultimate of the KO comes in. He's going to suppress every single guy. But there we go. A beautiful spray from Anti-Venom. Had the information. Hunter's Fury comes in. But still, Anti-Venom gets denied with that. Look at this. The approach is looking good. They have already made their way to the B backside. But Cypher also gets taken down. The Leah comes in. Not so fruitful, to be honest. Was able to make their entry. Viper finds another kill. Now it's a 2v3 scenario. As we can see, Zuko definitely was able to make a huge output. And Toxic Scene comes in so that they can avoid the approach coming from the B main. But still, they really have to have the information, and the 1v1 retaliation is going to be very, very good. Look at this. The opponent's Viper gets taken down by Reinhardt. Dismissal. No, it was not there. Yeah, tried to recover the HP. Unfortunately, it was not fruitful enough, and True Ripper bags out the 9th round in their favor. Talk about the pressure, talk about maintaining a good round lead in your favor. And we have True Rippers making a statement right here. They are maintaining that lead. They're putting up the pressure. They're looking forward to have more and more pressure in the next few rounds. And the first half is also about to end. So if this will be a 9-3 curse, maybe there is a fighting chance for GG's.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Sneaky really needs the rest of the team to, step up, because Sneaky won fights which were not supposed to be in his favor, not at all. I mean, even the last one against Techno to Code wasn't supposed to go into Sneaky's favor, but he won.
What?
But wait a second. Wait a second. How do you
Oh.
just dash into the face of a duelist and still win? DM King, just making sure that his name is constantly justified.
Last player
I don't know how many frags he has got, but definitely the number will be huge. That's for sure. I'm totally going to believe that. But apart from that, as you can see, another big round coming in the favor of Team True Rippers. Look at this. The way they initiated. A dash comes in through the wooden doors. Reina was like, what is happening? And all of a sudden, she gets taken down. But after that, Cypher also gets picked off. Jet decides to go for the ropes and then eventually approach for the particular stance where she could have taken down Sova. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So 2 kills in that particular round. And as we can see, King is definitely there with 13 amazing kills, but I was not expecting Hell with 13 amazing kills and just 2 deaths. So he is the one who is surviving, he's the one who is assisting the team as well, and also getting decent amount of kills. Well, talk about a beautiful support from the team.
Absolutely. Oh goodness,
Ah.
this was supposed to be a sneak attack, but Sneaky just made sure that he was able to fight it off. And now this is one round where True Rippers are on numbers disadvantage of a huge kind, but Vibhor just comes back in and leaves everyone in a bore. This is a 2v2 which is getting retaliated on by a Hunter's Fury, but this furious Hunter is not gonna get any praise for himself. This 2v2 is still giving another fighting chance to True Rippers, and these were the exact 2 players who survived the last time they were in a 2v2. They were able to pull it off, and now GGs are running against time. So there's a lot of opportunity, there's a lot of intel that's already with the players of True Rippers, and now it seems like they have another fighting chance in a round where it seemed like a 5v2 was gonna initiate.
And apart from that, if you really see, Viper has got his ultimate. So there was a huge chance that Viper could have made a move onto the side and then use that ultimate to actually defuse the bomb. But no, that's not the case. Even the last round of the first half is out of the equation. The spike is going to get planted, spike is going to get defended, and the defenders are going to get picked off. Not a very good situation for GG's. We really thought in the start of this game, after seeing these amazing names, that we are going to see a beautiful competition between particular teams. But True Rippers is here to make a statement. They are here to set a target on their own back, to be honest, because of the competition that they're dishing. Now with the recon post, I would love to see some beautiful kills coming in from Crucifix. He was very good while they were defending, but at the same point, if you talk about True Rippers, now they're going to defend. We did saw their aggression, now we have to see their trigger discipline and the patience that they have got.
I am loving the timing of utilities coming in from the side of True Rippers. They are absolutely on point with their utilities. It was a difficult 2v2. The recon just came in at the right time. The only way to defend it was to use the Viper's Pit early on without any other intention other than to, cover yourselves. But well, it couldn't be done because that timing was taken away as well. Now that we are in the second half, it seems like True Rippers is looking for an early exit. But wait. Savage Yota is just gonna go ahead and fight onto the battlefield.
Quite an amazing amount of damage dished on Sneaky, if I'm not wrong. Sneaky is quite a bit tagged. She definitely wants to get one frag and then eventually use the abilities to heal herself once again. If you talk about the 11th round, it was a good one. If you talk about the 12th round, again, the utils were absolutely amazing. But now, halves have been switched, the sides are a little bit different. And due to that, GG's is definitely trying to approach. But look at this, the classic definitely was able to dish out a huge amount of damage. But at the end, Anti-Venom with the shot bolt manages to take the player down. It's all about Vibor. Ooh, finds one with the shot of a beautiful ghost, but at the end it's done. True Rippers loses this particular 13th round out of the equation, and eventually if we talk about GG's, now they are looking like that they're trying to come back in the game. They have won the pistol round. I feel the SMG one, or should I say the Spectre one, could be in their favor.
Absolutely. In the second half, during the second round, I do expect a force buy, but this time it does not look like that's going to be something that True Rippers are going to aim at, because they're already at a huge lead when it comes to numbers, and they do not really need to force themselves into another buy just to get this round, because they can actually pass off one more before they go ahead and actually start, dishing out the damage that they're capable of. So this one is gonna be a very huge weaponry difference round, in which GGZ can actually go ahead and find themselves one more for themselves. However, holding on to it is going to be difficult, so they have to make sure they lose least weapons
Oh.
trying to do this. Sneaky,
I mean, that was bad. That was a
Oh,
very good
no,
shot
that
coming in from
dash.
the Sneaky. And there you go. Sneaky is actually on fire. Look at her taking down multiple kills. Apart from that, his teammate Savage Yoda is also helping them out. But yep, third round in the favor of Team GG's was absolutely amazing. Now, True Rippers, they will have to have some decent game plan, to be honest. Yes, if you talk about the defensive parameters, this map is not that full, but when we talk about the aggression one, you have multiple angles to play with. You can approach from the A mains, you can approach from the B snake or B main, and then you do have the mid doors, you do have the whole mid area that you can really have in your favor. Beyond the pillars, you have a beautiful edge that you can hold. But apart from that, True Rippers is again ready. We have Rabbit, who is actually going to use his recon bolt so that he can have the information. No, Rabbit is actually the KO, my bad. But yeah, moving forward, the information is already here. The players have been suppressed. The presence has been detected, so that's good enough. Moving forward, the survival is looking still kind of decent. Cypher is making his move towards the wooden doors. We do have some utils over there being utilized by the opponent Cypher. The cyber cage comes in so that he can avoid any distractions coming in from the wooden doors. Apart from that, also picking on the window so that somebody peeks, they can actually have the output out of it. But let's see what happens. GM King, we know this guy is very good when it comes to the close quarter combat, or should I say the 1v1 fatal battles. But I feel in the long range, maybe some disturbance could be coming in. But no, even if the first shot connects on DM King, he is going to retaliate. He is going to take that final shot and put you down, put you out of your misery.
Well, there it is. The first frag comes in for the side of True Rippers. The numbers advantage has rolled in their favor. Being on the defensive side does force you to go ahead and take long range battles, and that is something that True Rippers are kind of prepared for as of now. However, DM King being that low on HP might be an advantage that can be capitalized on, specifically by Sneaky, considering the way this guy has been playing. The lad has a lot of fuel in himself, but for how long? DM King just does not bother on what HP he is running on. Still gets 3 for himself, and now the team is in a 2v4. True Rippers, the numbers just don't go against them.
This is definitely the match point. I feel a 1v4 is not that possible. And if you talk about Sneaky, yes, trying to fall back, he's trying to save his gun. And if you talk about the possibility of picking up the spike, that is just not a question, to be honest, because the time is running out, and now he's going to rotate back to the mids. He's trying to just hold off an angle so that if he gets a chance, he can take some exit tries. But that's all he can do right now in this particular round. And there you go, the match point is here. In the instant replay, you can clearly see DM King with just 17% of his HP. This guy still definitely got 2 or 3 frags, if I'm not wrong. So was absolutely amazing. DM King is doing a phenomenal job of being a duelist. He's taking the entries, and also he's picking up the frags if somebody is trying to enter their own side. But let's see this time what will happen, because if you talk about the hold, this time the players of Team True Rippers are focusing a bit more on the A side, and there is Sova in the mid windows, that's for sure. If you talk about Jet, again holding the B back areas, and if I talk about Cypher, also approaching the mids. Let's see what happens. The flashpoint has been taken down. Apart from that, the Leo will be going in. Reina, as a duelist, definitely have to give that output. Rabbit gets taken down with that crucifix as a duelist. Definitely made a beautiful output. But let's see how far these guys are gonna go. Look at this, Technic to Cold. Already had that information, already had that idea that the players might be approaching from that angle, and was able to take them down. Now it's all about the Sova and the Jet. They have to take a 1v3 stance in their favor. Actually, it is a 1v3 to be honest. And to the wooden doors, the Cloudburst comes in. With that, I feel This could be the last round.
Here.
It absolutely could be. It's a 1v2 though. We can still count onto the jet from the side of
Look at the
GG's, but
angles.
look at the angles. Exactly. This is not going to be easy. You have to
Yeah.
navigate to go ahead and find your spike. If you go for a longer rotation, you will have to run because time is slipping out. And once you start doing that,
Hmm.
this is going to be super difficult for the side of GGZ because Intel will be delivered to True Rippers. They have already started navigating, trying to find out the right angles to
30
look at
seconds left.
players trying to approach the spike. And well, the cam is giving enough intel from one angle. The other angle is being scoped out by DM King. And even if DM King loses the fight, there's a trade that can happen from the side of Helif, who is again a very trustable player right now. But well, DM
There you
King
go.
won't lose, will he?
I mean, the name already suggests why he is so overpowered. He is the deathmatch king. Definitely was able to manage out some decent kills, and not at those moments where the kills were not required. He was able to get those kills when the team demanded the most. If you talk about the entry being denied, yes, DM King was there. If you talk about making an entry, DM King again was there. If you talk about holding the B doors or wooden doors to be precise, again DM King was there. Every now and then, if you talk about the crucial finishes, I feel DM King is one of those guys, one of those go-to guys for Team True Rippers. On the hindsight, if you talk about Hell, yes, as a sentinel, he also did wonders. Got the information, got the right trap fire so that the backstab could be avoided. So I'm absolutely impressed with this particular team. And yeah, this is a P1 scenario. That means Team True Rippers is already moving forward in the next set of rounds. So we have to see how far this team is going to get pushed, because again, they've set a target on their backs with a 13-1 of a score line, and maybe some other teams are also reaching out, studying how this particular team performs, and maybe they are not going to let this team pick Breeze again.
Absolutely, that might very well be the case because Breeze, again being one of the most complicated matches, still gave a very huge victory for the side of True Rippers, and True Rippers are definitely looking to be the true winners as well. So far, we can already say that. But this team is going to be one to keep an eye out for because they are literally making chaos back and forward, and once they start, there's no way to stop them. And again, this time we only got to see two players shine the most, which was Helif and DM King, as you mentioned. But then again, we are
Yeah.
aware of the remaining names. We know how good Techno to Gold is. We know how good Vibhor is. This team is made of stars. It's a star-studded lineup, and still we did not get to see the rest three actually show up to the occasion. All because the remaining two just took up so much space. It's not like they were not
Yeah.
performing. It's just that the other two were outperforming everyone to begin with.
I mean, if you see the finish rate, it's all about Hell and it's all about the Jet DM King to be precise. But yes, if you talk about the utilities being utilized, no doubt at that point, Vibor was very, very good. You talk about his recon bolts, you
Yes.
talk about his shock darts and the Hunter's Fury as well. He was able to have the output of that as well. Yeah, from the opponent's perspective, we did saw Sova, but eventually that was not fruitful. We did saw a Cypher as well. That was not that fruitful. So eventually we can clearly see that how far the difference is just getting enlightened. Even if I talk about the Jet, it was Rusifex, if I'm not wrong, that's the name. He definitely tried his
Yes.
level best to get some good picks, but at the end, if you talk about being the Jet main, I believe at that point we can clearly see DM King is the popular guy. He is the guy who is able to use out those utils and use out those aim perfection that he has got. Yes, if you talk about Savage Yoda from the perspective of GG's, he was also good with his aim perspective and the duels that he was taking. But at many times, this particular team was more than defensive. Like basically, they were trying to approach some hold angles and they were trying to play with it. On the hindsight, True Reapers was getting open opportunity to make an entry. That's why you have to deny that entry in the map of Breeze. If the entry is there is a little bit of a difficulty to like dish out that particular team out of those entrants. And that's exactly when True Rippers become the defender. That's exactly what they did. They tried to hold of the team outside the gates, outside the B mains, outside the A mains, outside the mid doors, the wooden doors. And that's why I feel this particular team was a lot more fruitful as compared to the GGs in the defensive rounds.
I would completely agree to that, Raider. I mean, this is completely the way Breeze is supposed to be played, and it was done very well
Yeah,
from the side of True Rippers. They have definitely been able to absorb the map all through and make sure that they have the right angles, they have the right lengths for their angles, and
yeah.
making sure that no matter what the range, they're prepared for it. The same could not be said for GGZ, but even though this was a one-sided match, I did see a lot of adaptation, a lot of adjustment coming in from both the sides, and that was good enough. However, I feel like the confidence was already shattered by the time we hit the eighth round. And after that, GGZ
Hmm.
was trying to shy away from fights. There was a time when we had Jet versus Sova, and in that point of time, Anti Venom had a good shot onto DM King, but he was
Yeah,
just
there you
too
go. This one.
scared to go ahead and take the swing. Exactly this one. And DM King had no fear at all whatsoever. He just walked in, took the swing, took the
Yeah.
frag, got done with it. That's the thing that happens when you start losing rounds in a row,
Hmm.
even after your timeout does not work out at all. This is what happens. You start losing the confidence. And once that happens in a match, which literally requires you to give up your life every single round, you know you're
Hmm.
going to be scared to death to take those fights.
Yeah, and I believe that is the one main reason why the defensive parameters were set in the later stages of the round. But even if you talk about DM King and the comparison with the duelists coming in from GGs, like Crucifix, yes, he definitely tried to get some good
Yes.
outputs. But if you talk about Reina, somewhere Reina lagged when it comes to those layers, when it comes to those holes that the mid doors were being holded, to be honest. And even if you talk about that dash came in from DM King, it was very good. But apart from that, DM King took some time to actually aim onto Reina and then shoot her down. But on the hindsight, Reina, I don't know what happened to Reina. I don't know what happened to Sneaky at that point. He was unable to get the output. So I feel somewhere around that choice of a agent and also utilizing of that particular agent was not that fruitful for these guys. But there you go, guys. The winners are true rippers in the BO1 scenario. Remember, the fights will give you just one good chance. You have to take 13 rounds in your favor, whichever teams are performing. And I believe True Rippers is able to do that in a very fruitful fashion. Yes, this was a completely one-sided match. We did saw there were some beautiful calibrations of retaliations coming in from GGs in the latest stages of the round. And also, if you talk about the second half, yes, the first few rounds were in the favor of GGs, but that's not enough. You have to completely seal the deal, or maybe go for an overtime. So that didn't come in, and that's why GGs is out of the competition. But as a caster, I would again love to say either you win it or you learn from it. So if you're not won the round, you are going to learn something out of this particular round. That's for sure.
Exactly. I mean, one thing that I have learned playing Valorant is never forget how you died. If you remember that,
Yeah.
you're not going to repeat the same mistakes. And that's one way to grow for people who can actually aim. For me, I have two left hands, you can say. I can walk, I cannot aim. That's just me. I have no blessings from God. But well,
Uh,
the blessed team here
okay.
has been True Rippers. They have acquired themselves a spot into the next round. And I am looking forward to see who they're gonna match up against because this is gonna be super, super interesting. Because again, we have seen a lot of one-sided matches, Raider. There's no disadvantage in there. But the numbers of one-sided matches right now only call out for more and more closer matches as we move forward. So every single one of them is enlightening hope inside of me to see a very close quarter once the next one happens.
Definitely, the next one might be a close one, and we are expecting a lot of close fights, to be honest. Because again, if you talk about the competition, it is kind of one-sided in the last 4 or 5 matches that we have witnessed from the day number one. But eventually, if we talk about this day, we have some brilliant names coming into the picture. True Rippers lifted their name, and they're standing true at their presence. And for now, we are going to witness the scoreboard as well. But even before that, if you talk about the competition, I feel yes, the next 3 matches could be there with the competition. But there you go, the scoreboard is here. 13-3 is what the storyline is all about. With the round buffer of 10 good rounds in the favor of True Rippers, they are making their way to the round of 64. But apart from that, if you talk about the frags, look at hell. Helif definitely was able to get a lot of amazing kills. If you talk about the total average combat score, that is 282 as well. On the hindsight, if you talk about DM King, 18 kills. But yes, the econ rating and the ACS was actually a bit better than Helif. So there's that good statement coming in. But apart from that, if you talk about the players of GG's, Reina definitely tried to make an output, but on the hindsight, Crucifix, just 7 kills. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't much that could come in from the side of Crucifix because he just did not survive. Being a duelist, wanted to go ahead and take the initial fights, but then the initial fights were dealt off by DM King from the other side. So that just did not give any opportunity for Crucifix to go ahead and acquire frags for himself. Reina again tried a lot. Sneaky has been there for the team, but then again, one single man cannot really lift a trophy. So this did not really work out. However, there's a lot of hope for the team because again, even though this was one-sided, there were strategies involved. There were, slow moves involved. It wasn't just rushing out and fragging everyone. So there was definitely a lot of scope that was coming in from the side of GGZ as well. And I'm hoping to see them again in some other tournament going ahead and making sure that everything they've learned today is applied.
Definitely have to see how this evolution is going to be. But apart from that, I guess the first match was absolutely amazing. We have seen quite a few crucial plays. When you talk about the aim, yes, DM King was one of the guys we have to go for. Apart from that, Helif also did a phenomenal job of dishing out the damage that was required at the same point. Apart from that, if you talk about the map of Breeze, individually, if you talk about the hold, I believe at that point, yes, Team True Rippers was good enough. They were able to break the hold and as well as make the hold in the defensive rounds as well. So it was a very good, clear win coming from True Rippers. Apart from that, if we talk about GG's, they definitely tried, but at the end, the loss is there. So for now, we are going to take a quick short break and then we will be back to see what happens in the next match of this day number 2.
Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown.
Well, guys, indeed, after a quick short break, yes, we are back at India Predator League 2024, powered by Acer. The Valorant action begins once again. Day number 2 it is, and Newcastle will be ready in Rana. We have already witnessed an amazing matchup between True Rippers and GG's. Up next, we do have a plethora of teams coming in, and the performance will be absolutely amazing. That's what I feel personally. What about you, Anna?
I am seeing a lot of evolution from the first match that we casted on this desk and then to the fourth. And I'm expecting to see more and more coming in all the way
Yeah.
through. And that is something that keeps me very on toes all through. I mean, this is going to be very fun, very exciting. And most of all, this is going to be Valorant nonetheless. Some good Valorant is all you need alongside a cup of tea, I guess. And that's why we have Chai Tea Esports as well, probably in the third match.
Oh, that's a nice mix up. I like it. I like it. Yeah.
Thank
Indeed, indeed.
you.
I feel that particular matchup is going to be there. So we will get to see
Yeah.
if Charity Expert or Team Esports, whatever the name is going to be expert enough to showcase that presence in the game or not. Because that really depends that in each particular matchup how evolved you are when it comes to the performance. And also, if you talk about the past history, it's a BO1 scenario.
Yeah.
Be it the past or the future of these particular matchups that we are going to see up till round 32 or round 16. We'll get about that. But yes, if we talk about the current scenario, in the B1 scenario, every single particular matchup or every single round, should I say, is going to matter a lot. You don't have scope of, like, let's say, mistakes or being sorry after the round gets over because you are going to get eliminated. Yes, experience part is going to be there, but then again, if you are not able to secure some good position in the tournament, I feel you are going to feel that. So I feel the best of the competition is going to be there, and pretty soon we'll get to see which particular matchups are up next. Apart from that, I believe till here the journey was absolutely amazing, but now let's talk about the schedule as well. Ooh, we have up next Dubchi Esports versus Alt Realities. Interesting.
I think this is gonna be one real fun one because again, WG Esports, we've seen them once before and they have been amazing. They have been super one-sided. It was a 13-0 start that we saw. Hopefully, alternate realities will be able to alter that result.
Have to see. Have to see how alternate reality is going to perform. If I talk about WG Esports, yes, initially in their initial rounds, they were able to be very fierce and they were very aggressive when it comes to their stances. They were all Ws and being very aggressive. They were picking up the players like flies in the airs. But apart from that, if you talk about the next stage, if you talk about the next rounds, definitely WG Esports is going to feel some wrath. And if we talk about alternate esports, alternate realities, we have not yet seen their performance, but I do feel they are going to put up a show. They are going to definitely make sure that WG Esports is going to have a tough time in the particular maps that they're going to choose. Apart from all the other situations, I believe the map veto will be coming in pretty soon. And in the map veto, we'll get to know which particular map it is going to be where these two teams are going to be face to face. Oh, it's Lotus. Another interesting map.
So it is, so it is. Lotus, the map that is based in India itself, alongside the Western Ghats, if I'm not wrong. And by the way, fun fact, Raider. So all of the maps in
Mhm.
Valorant have a code name, and Lotus's code name is Jam. I think they
And why is
meant
that
it
so?
more in the way. Every single map is given a code name depending on its location,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
India is famous for
Hmm.
traffic jams. So jam it is.
Oh, okay.
I earlier thought
Interesting,
it was bread
interesting.
and jam, but it isn't because food. You know me.
Got you, Anna. But yeah, coming back to the map, coming back to the game. Yes, Lotus is a three-sided map, and we definitely want to see how far this map is going to result, how interesting this map is going to become. If you really talk about the sides that you can hold, there are multiple sides that you can really control in your favor. If you talk about the A side, you have tree, you have A main, you have A doors where you can really hold. And if you talk about the doors, in that situation, I believe C door and C main is also very, very useful. You do have a box which you can actually utilize while being a defender, from which angle you can shut down the players who are attacking onto you. But I feel in the competitive scenario, everybody knows which nook and corner you are going to hide in, and that's why holding a particular position might not be that fruitful. So I would definitely love to see if there is going to be some initiation coming in from defenders' perspective as well. But yeah, it's really important to choose the wise agents. The right choice of the agents has to be
Exactly.
there in this map. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I have been keeping a keen eye on every single team that is trying to play Lotus, because Lotus has been one of the maps that took me a really long time to adjust to. Because again, three-sided maps are difficult to begin with, and then this one is so used
Yeah.
that it's hard to actually go ahead and make the rotations possible. Even though there's a lot of feasibility given in the map itself inbuilt into it for saying the rotating doors. So yeah, I was trying really hard to try and get onto this map, and it did give me a lot of insight on how teams generally like to play this. The meta usually has a sky trying to make sure that C is cleared by using guiding light. There's usually a omen trying to do all of those one-way tricks that are possible with omen. There's usually a race trying to make sure that there's a clearance on the A site as well when trying to enter. So there's a lot of agents that are already handpicked and map tailored for Lotus itself. But the one
Mhm.
conflict that I always face is Raise on Neon, and I want to know what would you pick.
I feel Gecko might be a good agent in this particular one, because then again you can use Thrash, you can use other utilities to plant the bomb as well. It really becomes a guy who can actually be the sixth man for your team. So that is a possibility that maybe Gecko is going to come. But eventually, talking about the comp scenario, I've not seen that much of a Gecko pick. So maybe my predictions are going to be right, no, not right to be precise. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see which particular agents are
That's
going to
all
get
right.
locked, because then again you don't get many choices to play. You have just a BO1, you just have 13 rounds to play. I mean, 13 rounds to get in your favor. If the other team manages to get those 13 rounds initially before you, it's done. It's all completely done and dusted for you in this eliminations bracket. So I feel like that once again the agent choice is going to be very, very critical, and we are very soon going into it. And after that agent choice is done, then comes the play, then comes the rotation, then comes the hold, when you to talk about the defender's perspective as well. Because as you said, it's a three-sided map. You definitely have to rotate a lot, you definitely have to change different angles if you really want to play. Holding in a similar situation is going to be very, very predictable. You talk about the B side,
True.
where outside the B main, close to the door, people usually hide or beyond the boxes in the rank matches. But when it comes to
Yes.
the comp scenario, there is going to be a lot of challenge, because you can be easily banged. The bullets can easily travel through the boxes and hurt you, take you down. So all of those situations has to be considered in this game, because then again we have to again underline the fact that this is a BO1. There are no second chances. If you have gone for the map of Lotus, you have to put your A game.
Absolutely. Considering that this is a three-sided map, even though there is one single entry point, Site C becomes one of the preferred sites for attackers. And even
Yeah.
after that, being able to make sure that you have mount control becomes very essential. So that is one place where we get to see a lot many fights happening, and that's going to be a center spot for all of the fights as long as people stick to the meta. But well, you never know. We have seen a lot of teams just go ahead and try something completely out of the box, and one of them has been WG Esports themselves. If you remember yesterday, they did not even let the attackers enter. They just marched right out and made sure that they were taking the fights at the attacker spawns while they were defending. So You never know what's gonna happen. So we'll just see if any meta will even get a chance to show up here, because WG is having a reputation of not really letting anyone else try to showcase their strategies and not even
Ooh.
revealing their own. So let's see if alternate realities will be able to change that thing around. But on Lotus, here we have, I am seeing the gecko. I'm seeing him.
Well, the Gecko is here. The Brazilian giant is going to be there, that's for sure. But moving apart, if we talk about the other agents, we have a KJ setup that might be very, very helpful when we talk about the A side and also in the C side. Yes, it can hold the B side as well. So depending on their location, depending on their I guess choice of where they are going to play, and also in the postman scenario, I believe KJ can be a very beneficial agent because you can use the turret to get the information. You can use the alarm bot to really hold that particular side, and apart from that, you can put that swarm grenades, which is again going to give you the advantage of not being able to diffuse from the opponent's perspective. So, being the defenders, WG Esports has also got their own set of agents. If you talk about the Omen, yes, it is there in both the teams. You talk about Cypher, the Sentinel is going to be there. We have one duelist coming in from that particular team. Alternate reality,
Select your
again, a similar
agent.
situation, just one duelist. That's all they've got. So, I feel this match is going to be a close one.
Absolutely. It seems very mirrored composition overall, but there's a difference in the duelists and the sentinels, and that's about it. We do have double initiators coming in from both sides, and that is gonna be super interesting to watch. So let's see how this is gonna turn around, because again, double initiator
Yeah.
generally means that you're not gonna be witnessing way too many fast hits, because that requires double controller alongside double duelist, giving up on the sentinel part completely. But yeah, here we will be seeing the initiators actually go ahead and try to derive information, try to drain out utilities from the other side, and the one agent that you really want to make sure is dumping out all their utilities before time is gonna be Omen, because his utilities are like literally nerve wracking. He has smokes, he has
Oh,
flashes,
yeah.
his smokes literally replenish. That's scary.
Yeah, the three-eyed woman is definitely going to be the chaotic one. I definitely want to see some good paranoia coming to the picture. Apart from that, the dark hours will we talk about the when we particularly talk about the B side is going to be very, very important, because you can clearly hold off that particular side or any other side. If you talk about the aim tree as well, you can easily smoke the aim in so that you have a clear picture, or maybe you are going to smoke the A top when you have got the hold of A side. But let's see which particular side they're going to hit, and I feel like that it's going to be the B side hit. But still, the round is about to get started, so we might see some different changes as well. But there you go. Be it as the players are going to push forward. KJ is approaching the C side. On the hindsight, Omen is going to go for the A side, and the dark cover goes in so that he can fake it out, maybe. But yeah, if you talk about the B
Yeah.
lanes, yes, the entry is quite possible.
They have successfully sold the fake and bought enough time. Now with another dark cover actually closing off the angle onto B and clearing the choke point out, they have acquired themselves an easy entry, and the wingman has gone in for the plant as well. This
Ooh,
is going to be another one that needs to be covered from. There is definitely support available, but the frags are not going to come in the favor of WG Esports. The team that had a 13-0 victory streak yesterday is now looking at a flawless start for the other side.
well, that's what we say. The initiation, the evolution of the particular teams. Because then again, you remember, guys, alternate realities also must have beaten some other team. That's why they are here facing WG Esports, and WG Esports. Yes, they struggled a lot when it comes to the pistol round, and due to that, yes, they might be able to go for the save rounds. And on the hindsight, if you talk about alternate realities, they are definitely going to go for their precision guns, and maybe phantoms, maybe specters. Oh, specters are coming in initially, so that's good. We are going to see some specter picks, and let's see how that utilization goes on.
Well, we'll soon figure out. There's a vandal coming in as well from the side of alternate realities. That's gonna give them a good shot at the long range battles that are gonna initiate. However, the dark cover from the side of WG Esports is already sealing off the angles that are required for the mount control to actually
Yeah.
progress into a seaside acquisition. So now entering into seaside is already difficult with that dark cover being in place, and after that, Cypher deploying his utilities might be another problem to look out for. Once the camera is spotted, the fear has been instilled already, because once you see the camera, you know that Cypher is here, and then you're always worried about the tripwires. However, there are none from the side of WG Esports that have been deployed, but
Yeah.
that fear has literally pushed alternate realities to try and hit an alternate site.
Well, they're trying to make a move at A side or maybe the B one as well. But eventually, if we talk about Roman, yes, the Dark Abyss is going to go so that he can avoid that distraction of play pushing from the A side. So that's good enough. And apart from that, if we talk about the entry, it might be feasible. The Dizzy goes in. Let's see if with the Wingman, Gecko will be able to plant the bomb or not. Apart from that, if we talk about the Boombot being utilized, definitely is going to clear out some angles of the side. But still, it's a very hefty job to go with. And if you talk about Breach, ooh, what was that? A-Star finally finds a beautiful pick. It's not going to be a flawless one, even if this particular team, Ultra Realities, is able to win. But the Paranoia comes in. Newbie sucks, gets one. The KJ is going to take one beautiful frag out of this equation. Now it's a 3v3 scenario. Let's see who survives and who does not. It's going to be a big question of retaliations and the diffusal as well. Well, now Keko is the last one. Does not have any utility, be it the Mosh Pit or the Dizzy or the Wingman. And Trash, well, obviously that will be out of equation because this is just the second round and instantly takes down the Omen. Cortez now is out of equation. Let's talk about the last one. Let's see how he's going to play along with him.
See, the problem here is that Breach has his ability in recharging, and now soon enough would be able to use it, but then he gets taken down. It was going to be a 1v1 that was equally possible for both, but the win will be taken by alternate realities. However, I will not commend this because your main goal in the second round is going to be to conserve your weaponry so that you can actually go into the next one and use your bonus weapons. They were only able to save one single Spectre. That's not good enough. They weren't even able to recover the Vandal that they have invested in. So this is not looking good for alternate realities. This round is going to be running on a very low budget, and that is going to be like literally reeking of a lot of financial difficulties for the side of alternate realities. And PUBG, as we know them, they are going to capitalize on that. No worries of where the turret is. It's still going to be an aggressive attack coming in from the side of PUBG. However, not to their favor.
Camera taken out.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if we talk about the advantage being delivered through the A doors, Omen decides to pop in, but eventually gets taken down by the Cypher. Hybrid also gets picked off. Now it's all about alternate realities and their post-ban scenario. Yes, they are going to hold the site, but let's see how crucial these picks are going to be. Because again, if you talk about the last two players surviving, that's Omen and the Jet. I feel like they are going to save their particular guns that they've got. So yeah, that is exactly what they're trying to do. They're just holding off their side. They are going to let this particular round go as well. But trust me, guys, every single round that these guys are losing is obviously going to maintain a large amount of pressure on these guys at the end. And I feel somewhere around third round is going to get lost, and after that fourth and fifth should be recovered by WG Esports at least, so that they can maintain that pressure onto the other team as well. Otherwise, this is again looking like a one-sided match initially if you talk about the first three rounds. But yeah, there is a long way to go. Remember, we have to get 13 rounds in one particular angle to really end up the match, and I feel like that is a possibility that alternate realities might not get easily. So WG Esports, yes, they have to rake up some good strategies. They have to, I guess, plan their action and then eventually play along with it. Because if I talk about the Cypher hold in the C side, yes, he's holding, but at the same point, his trappers are not coming in. And if I talk about the Cyber cages, they are not appointed, but this time he's going to definitely do it. And if I talk about the Spy Camp, not yet utilized.
That's true. There is a lack of utility dump from the side of WG Esports. Being on the defensive side, you expect them to go ahead and put up their utilities slightly earlier on, specifically from the Cypher. But well, that's not happening. And now, trying to seal off a site early on to a very long extent, giving a lot of wiggle room for the side of the Jet to go ahead and acquire more and more knowledge, and then make sure that that intel can be converted into the information that can be capitalized on. The tripwire has been triggered, and now the frag will come in as well. This is not looking easy for alternate realities either, but WG, now that the man count advantage has already rolled in their favor, they need to make sure that they have the best of it. The Mosh Pit will go ahead and push out the Cypher, taking him down. The numbers will be equalized, the site will be acquired, and easy entry and easy execute, and then the plant will go down as well. WG is already low on confidence. They gave up on a 2v3 fight earlier, and they are going to be losing this one as well. Trades came in. There were only a few options left, but it's a 1v1 opportunity in which the Wingman is already moving in, and there's a frag coming in from the side of newbies. The Lambo did it all. The Lambo did it all.
All KJ had to do is just wait patiently so that she can have that insight, and that's exactly what she got. And after that, she moved in, peeked for a moment, was able to take down the Gecko, and with that, the 4th round also falls in the hands of alternate realities. What a beautiful play that is. But this time, Sarafa is going to be more than ready with his trappers and the cyber cages. And also in the B side, the only thing which actually denied the players of alternate realities to push on WG and maybe conquer the B side was the cyber cage and the pick that was coming in from Cypher. So it was very, very good. But this time again, the Breach wants to make a move. Noob gets a pick on the A star. WG Esports loses their duel list, and apart from that, now the initiators and the sentinels have to do the heavy lifting. Let's see how that particular fight is going to go. If you talk about Omen, also trying to peek from the B, and it's going to be a critical situation, and I feel like that the challenges are just going to rise from here. There you go.
Oh wow!
Despite of the blind, despite of it, now the paranoia will be getting utilized, and he's going to take down multiple players. What is happening? The Omen is on fire, but unfortunately he gets stabbed from the back. Had no information that the player is rotating from the B main, and now the spike is dropped. Alternate realities has to pick it up and then push forward. But look at this.
Timing.
If I talk about Breach, he's trying to just change some angles, trying to get the information, because yes, he can still play in the postman scenario.
Well, post-plan scenario is not going to be that difficult for Breach considering the amount of abilities that are still stagnant for his side. But now, knowing that the turret did not trigger when he moved gives him a good enough idea that KJ is far off, but then still not enough to know which side exactly KJ is
30
trying to
seconds
move
left.
to. He has to wait for the plan to happen. There's enough time for KJ to go exactly anywhere at this point of time, and she's gonna choose side A. With that, Newbies is
Yeah.
going to be able to put up the plant, and on site A, holding the plant might not be as easy because Newbies is not running that good on abilities. Now the time is running
10
out, the
seconds
plant
left.
has to happen, the sound has been given, and this
Spike
cue is going to
planted.
give enough time for Scooby to find out when and where to attack. Oh no, the timing is good. He was caught off
Bruh.
guard, and Newbies will be taken down. The refusal will happen, and finally, PUBG Esports
Yeah.
get the one round that they've been waiting for since the beginning.
Always got to overprove myself.
And maybe this one round could be enough to break that momentum of alternate realities and bring in the A game of WG Esports, because look at that. 4 ults from each individual team. That will be very interesting to watch how the entries are going to be. And when you have an ultimate on Raze, I feel like that A side might be the preferred side that you really want to make a move on. And that's exactly what it is looking like. Noob, although, is not like one of those players who has taken down a lot of picks, but then again the crucial picks are coming in from him, so I believe it's a win-win situation for alternate realities. But losing the 5th round was not the notion that they really were going for. KJ definitely did its best to hold off the side, but now as we can see, angles are being changed. The Dizzy goes in, was unable to retrieve any information because nobody was really peeking onto the corners. And if you talk about the dark covers, yes, they are blocking the A mains, A long to be precise. And after that, if you talk about the entries, Cyber Cage is still there. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Aware of the number of ultimates that are available to alternate realities, a back foot is being chosen by WG Esports. They're not trying to aggress, they're only trying to collect information by going forward. And other than that, they're doing nothing. Now the call has come in that people are trying to move in towards side C, and the full 5 stack is moving in. This is going to be a difficult one because the anchor has to stay, Cypher won't be in. The numbers advantage will roll in the favor of alternate realities when the duels happen, and that is something that they can capitalize on. Now that the ultimate has already been used, there's a lot of clearance that was acquired. The early use of the smoke has already been denied, and with that, the lockdown will again make sure that the clearance happens. Once the plant is done, it's not going to be that difficult to hold on, considering that even the numbers are good for WG right now. Let's see if WG will be able to get this done.
Well, they still have their 4 amazing
this is
saves, but the
scary.
showstopper will be coming in. No, no utilities, no fruitfuls. Utilities are going to get dumped. Yes, indeed, the ultimate came in, but not so useful to be precise. Mosh pit was already there to avoid the distraction, but still, Newbie Success is going to take some good frags. Newbie is still looking good when it comes to his own angles, but Omen, oh yeah, there you go. He finds the last one. Cortez finds a star with that of G Esports, who was very close in this particular round, and got down by taking down just the last 2 players of alternate realities. And if you talk about alternate realities, they were able to create a beautiful hole. Look at those mosh pits and the utilities, the ultimates that were being used. In order to plant the spike, they used the ultimate of KJ, that was the lockdown. But after that, if you talk about the hold, yes, alternate realities was able to maintain it, and they were able to be very confident. And also, if you talk about the angles that they were trying to determine, it was looking very, very good. Apart from that, if you talk about WG Esports, A star, the Jet definitely did try to actually get some good kills, but at the end was not useful enough. Ooh.
Well, that's true, but here there is a lot of problem for A-Star. He still survives in the cloud burst now, even after the time has been taken down. It was a really long time that A-Star survived for, but then again, Breach was able to take him down. Both the duelists have been taken out, and this is a more difficult situation for alternate realities than it is for Dubji, because
What?
with the duelist gone, being on the attacking side, trying to acquire the entry is going to be super difficult. Let's see how this turns around for the team. As of now, they're trying to move in towards trees with the cover already there. It's going to be an easy move. But then again, another player getting picked off by Hyperfiction is going to add to the benefit. And now it's a 4v3 in which a rotation can also be called for an easy upgrade onto an emptier site. Oh, the footsteps shouldn't have
What?
given it. No,
Timing.
you don't run like that in front of newbies, buddy.
Exactly at the moment when Nubis was about to peak, yes, the guy decided to move. Apart from that, alternate realities decided to go ham on the A side, and yes, they were able to conquer it, and they are going to actually have the advantage of planting the spike as well. Yeah, man, Gecko and his teammates, they are doing wonders when it comes to alternate realities. But in the instant replays, look at this Blade Storm being utilized very usefully. But this moment, I mean, this was the moment of a sadness coming in from the opponent's Gecko's perspective, because this was the exact moment when he decided this is the time when he has to rotate back to the A main and then eventually support his teammate with the frenzy that he has got. Obviously, frenzy is a decent weapon, but then again, if the opponent has got their full shields and they've got vandals and phantoms to fight you, I feel frenzy is just going to get undermined. But yeah, still he tried his level best.
4 frags from Hyperfiction. That's not how an initiator is supposed to play alternate realities. What are you doing? Frag power is completely on point, but wait a second. A-Star wants to deny my statement. Cortez gets picked off early into the round. The smokes are gone, and now without smokes, how are you gonna find yourself the
Oh.
plant? Oh, this
Another
is
one
done
down
for.
and
Alternate
dusted.
realities
Oh,
has
Gecko
no
is also done.
scopes.
Yeah. They had no chance in this particular matchup. If we talk about the initial picks, yes, definitely did major blunders and it costed them their life. And with that, a flawless comes in. PUBG Esports might be feeling it after that because they are known to be the flawless one in the previous streams. If you remember, guys, yesterday, yes, they were getting multiple flawless rounds. They were getting multiple useful rounds in their favor. But today, yes, they are feeling the pressure. They're getting tackled every now and then. But yes, in the previous round, did wonders, took down some initial frags. With that, they are ready with the ultimates. You talk about the Thrash, you talk about the Dark Shadows, into the Shadow, from the Shadow to be precise. And apart from that, the Neural Theft will be coming in from Cypher as well. So let's have a look at what happens next. Spotline did came in, but was not that fruitful. So Breach, yes, as an initiator, was not that big of a utilization in this particular round. But apart from that, look at this. Omen gets taken down. Cortez was a very useful agent and a very useful aim duel player coming in from alternate realities. But yes, now he's at a loss. And if I talk about the other duelist, to be precise, there is only one duelist from alternate realities. The name will be Raise. I would love to see how the initiation goes on with the Dizzy. Trying to make an initiation. Information is relayed that there is nobody in the site whatsoever. But yes, there are players close to the particular site. So they might be approaching. They might be handling the angles in their favor. This is the waterfall angle, if I'm not wrong. And they are pushing through it. Look at this. The Neural Theft might be utilizing. But even before that, he wanted to deny the wingman. But no, that's not the case. With the fault line, again gets conquers. But still, he is in the game.
Slightly off angle, Hybrid could have actually taken the wingman down but could not, and now has his position revealed. Thrashy is again gonna be a useful ultimate, but then again Noob will be able to retaliate right on time with the right decisions made at right point of time in the span. Now it's looking like there's a lot of retaliation coming in, but alternate realities will still be able to secure a round that wasn't meant for them at all. After losing Cortez, after being in a spot where they cannot deny any information or make sure that they have a clear entry into a site, for some reason Dubji decides to fall back and give up the site for free. I mean, tell me this. If you know there are no smokes on the other side, the only flashes that they have can actually be shot down, why would you not contest? Why would you not keep them from planting? You went ahead, you made that mistake, and then they were so prominent inside the site, you could not even find your footing. Alternate realities. You have put Dubji in a depressing spot.
Definitely. The challenge is absolutely massive. The behemoth of the fights are coming in. But what is this? PUBG Esports falling one by one. It's all about the Cypher. Yes, the Neural Theft is there, but what is it going to be useful, guys, for Because again, remember, it's a 1v4 situation. Yes, definitely that utility was absolutely amazing. The ultimate has been utilized, but look at this guy coming from the A top, trying to push in, trying to get the advantage from the back ends. Let's see if it is going to be a fruitful scenario for him. The Dizzy goes in, try to reveal the positioning. Look at this. He has spotted Go Gecko. Oh yeah, he's going to take him down. Raze also gets taken down. It's a 1v2. Will he get hyperfiction? The fault line could be coming in pretty soon, and yeah, the fault line will be getting utilized. Exactly, that's the case. Omen pushes forward. Omen gets taken down. It's a 1v1. Cypher still surviving with a large amount of HP. At least the half could be done, but even before that, a small pixel peak comes in from Hyperfiction, and just like that, he takes the player down with the headshot. I mean, Hyperfiction is not going to stop anytime soon, I believe.
Hyperfiction should have lost this on purpose. It was gonna be an ace clutch for the guy.
Okay.
Come on, give that much to this
Okay.
sniper. He got 4 frags the last round. He was about to get his 5th, but then again, the plant was in very open because they already knew it's only one person on the other side that remains. The fight is not going to be difficult, so they planted in a spot which was very easy to guard from a single person. But then again, there was a lot of retaliation that came in from the side of WG. Hybrid was able to bring the fight down to a 1v1, but then again, the timing just did not sit right. And wait a second, all of that jiggle for what? You still survive on a single HP? For a second though, for only a second. Cortez is going to be able to take that frag, and numbers will again be with alternate.
PUBG Esports again getting tackled, again getting, I guess, shut down. But yeah, there you go. If you talk about Cortez, he could be the guy who can actually shut down the breach. A very chaotic agent at this point. Has done wonders when it comes to the picks. He can use a shouted step to actually go ahead and have the advantage of the box. But look at this, Jet gets taken down. The last one, second last one to be precise, could be the Omen or could be the Breach. Yes, it is the Breach who is going to survive. Oh, took the trade of a Breach, and then after that he was taken down. Alternate reality is still ruling the part with 9 good rounds in their favor on the hindsight. WG Esports, it does feel like that they have just started and they are just getting countered in every single round. They're trying to come up with a perfect angle, but in this particular round, if you talk about their choice of weapons, it was all Sheriffs and the Ghost. So I feel they were trying to go for a save round, and maybe in this particular round they're once again going to bounce back because there are not a lot of rounds to play in the first half. This is the last round before the swap. The sites will be switching in, so all the ultimates, all the utilities, all the guns, all the savings have to be dished out right now at this moment. So I feel once again a beautiful approach could be coming in, but I'm excited to see a rolling thunder being utilized at A or B, whichever particular side these guys are going to approach. But once again, A Star decided to shut down the turret. But what about the agent which is going to utilize that turret? KJ survives and takes down the other guy as well. Rolling Thunder, the only ultimate that they had actually at the B side, or should I say overall in terms of WG Esports, is now done and dusted. The player has been taken down, so not a very good situation for them. Cortez unfortunately gets picked off. Now if we talk about the ultimates, we have a Showstopper and a Thrash as well. And the opponents have got some Mosh Pits, some other utilities like Wingman, Paranoia could be there, Shrouded Strip could be there, but that's all they've got. But with this, the ultimate comes in. There you go, Gecko won't be living for another moment. Thrash will be coming in from the opponent's Gecko, and with that, he's going to get detained. No, indeed, the detained situation was not there. And now, if we talk about the last man standing, Hyperfiction still wants to go out and take him down. He wants to knife him out, but no, that's not the case. Or maybe he's trying to just become a bait. KJ finds the last pick. With that, Newbie and his teammates manages to get another set of one amazing round in their favor. With that, there is a buffer of 8 good rounds in the first half. I am definitely feeling the pressure on WG Esports.
Well, WG Esports is definitely under a lot of trouble, under a lot of pressure, and they are not going to be able to come back up if they do not secure this pistol round. They need the pistol, they need the anti-eco, they need the bonus, and then 5 more. That's where they are right now. Because alternate realities, all they need is 3 rounds, and it is done and dusted for them. They have altered the complete image of WG Esports that was created when they started yesterday, going all the way out, making sure that even on the defensive side, they play on the attacking grounds. But this time, this is not looking the same. Being on the attacking side, now WG has to move in. They're trying to go in towards site A, but the fortification, look at that, 4 players on the site, trying to make sure that no capitalization can be done. Noob will find a frag. That is the early one, and then he gets 2 more in the collateral. 3 frags for the guy, and then Hyperfiction coming in with that right support at the right time. Far away from the remaining team, Hybrid is now just waiting to say a hi and then a bye. There it is.
We're still breathing. Cool.
I mean, I've played enough Valorant that I can say if you see an opponent having a raise definitely don't go for the A side blindly, because yes, you are going to receive some pain shells, and apart from that, the fault line will be coming in to actually disrupt all the other things. You are going to get concussed, you are going to get taken down. That's exactly what happened, and Raze was able to make a move on it and get 3 amazing kills. After that, his teammates responded and also took down the last 2 players surviving in the game. So WG Esports is definitely feeling the pressure for now. If we talk about the last few rounds, it's going to be critical for alternate realities to showcase some more talent, because yes, they were very good in the first 11 that they have survived with, but now it comes down to the match point and the final round that they have to secure. And WG Esports is also going to give their every single ounce of energy. But look at this smoke, obviously trying to be that guy who's trying to create a one-way entry, and if he spots some footsteps, he's obviously going to track it down and eventually shut down the player. A-Star with the Sheriff wants to push forward. Yes, Gecko has been spotted. Legion wants to fall back. He does not want any part of that Sheriff on his head. But yes, remember, there's still a long way to go. 2-11, that's what we have as a storyline. It is exactly looking like the breeze that we just watched. But the fault line is ready, more than ready to be precise. Whenever he gets the information from the opponent's perspective that the players are here, they're going to push. But Jet, with the dash, could be pushing in anytime soon. Dizzy comes in, is going to blind out the player, but still, Raze finds a beautiful pick, instantly gets retaliated. It's a 4v3 scenario coming in. And through the doors, try to make an entry. Legion patiently waiting down the tree, takes him down, and now it's all about the last man standing, and Gecko unfortunately gets taken down. With that, the match point of alternate realities will be coming in. And on the hindsight, WG Esports is just scratching their heads. What went wrong in that particular round?
Well, it was all on hybrid, all on hybrid. In the early stages itself, hybrid rotated towards site B, could have actually found a pick onto hyperfiction. Just on the wrong
Mhm.
time, tried to fall back, and that left hyperfiction alive. If hyperfiction wasn't alive, the complete wrap that was created from the side of alternate realities could have been denied, and
Yeah.
the move that was going to come in from the KJ and the Omen from side C could have also been denied. But well, hybrid, just way too eager, was just a little too impatient to actually go ahead and capitalize that. The mount control, however, in this particular round will be taken by WG. With the numbers in their advantage, they're trying to move in. Moshpit has been utilized to make sure that Legion has to fall back. And inside, even after being blind, Legion gets the frag. And now it's again a 2v2 in which alternate reality stands strong. It's going to be turned into a 2v1, and there it is done. WG get themselves a round. Finally, after such a long day.
I mean, I'm happy to see Legion the way he's performing. Even if he was concussed with the fault line, he still fought back in the dark cover and was able to take down the Jet. That's how beautiful he is playing. And trust me, if you talk about the angles that he had, was not good enough. He could have been taken down by the Jet, but unfortunately, Jet got taken down, and that too with a Spectre. If you talk about the gun superiority, yes, it was there in the hands of Jet, but at the end, what was happening is over. And now moving forward, we are back at the possibly the last round of this particular game. Alternate reality is more than ready to fight back once again. If you talk about the dash, yes, it's being utilized. And with that, Noob gets taken down. Want you to definitely become the guy who can have some good output, but with the Cloudburst is definitely going to avoid that angle of B. Legion is now left untamed. He is the guy who is still surviving in this particular side. And still, if you talk about the other guys from Team Alternate Realities, they're not leaving their holes. Look at Breach. Finally, he's trying to move, but eventually, if I talk about KJ, he's still holding his perfect C side, because they do know that there is a notion of a comeback coming in, there is a notion of a rotation coming into the picture. That's why they have to hold on their specific particular side. But maybe this entry could be there on the B side, and yeah, that's exactly what is happening. With the Dizzy trying to make an entry, the fault line was utilized. Now, the players are definitely trying to be aggressive on the B side, and they might be able to be fruitful when it comes to planting. And yes, that's the exact statement that they're going to make. The dark cover is being utilized. With that, Omen finds a pick on Legion. Not just that, Nubi also gets taken down. We are left with the last 2 players. Paranoia and the Blinder of the Breach also comes in. That means utilities, yes, they are getting utilized. Hybrid finds the second last player. And now it's all about the Omen. It's Omen versus Omen. Unfortunately, Cypher gets taken down. But then again, look at this. Cortez finds 2 good kills. He has to do a 1v5 if he really wants to become the fruitful one. I decided to fake the shouted step. That, look at this, a beautiful pick by Flame. WG Esports finds their 4th round. Still a long way to go if they really want to go for an overtime.
A beautiful adjustment came in from the side of A-Star. The last time they tried to get into site A, Noob was in the way. He just got 3 frags for himself right off the bat without even blinking an eye. This time, A Star decided, let me give you a surprise, which is not gonna be one that you like. He went ahead, made sure that he used his updraft and his dash, went onto the high risen area, and from that platform, picked off Noob. The early hindrance into the way of WG Esports was taken down, and after that, the move just came in like a smooth buttery knife. They were able to acquire the site and the round. This time around, they are looking for the same exact thing. WG has themselves found
What?
in a corner where they could have taken the frag, but then the multiplication of players from the side of alternate realities, they doubled up and they traveled down. There was no scope for alternate realities that could not be exploited. PUBG Esports trying to balance numbers, but still, there's a long way to go. The plant has been done, it is all on to the post plant, and now the retake scenario looks very
Oh.
equalized for both the sides only until now because Flame is gonna burn out newbies, and this is looking like 4v3, which is gonna turn out into a 4v1. Omen alone will just be the bad omen for the day.
Decided to go for the paranoia and definitely was able to get one guy. But eventually, if we talk about Cypher, he had a very decent angle, very auspicious one to be precise, and he had that trigger discipline that he is not going to give his own position by shooting one or two bullets. But after that, when he spotted him, definitely was able to take him down, and with that, the statement was made that we are going to bag out another set of amazing round in our favor. PUBG Esports definitely is looking confident for the last few rounds, but remember, guys, again we have to just give that fact in the clear picture that there is a barrage of rounds that they really want to have in their favor. Then the OT will be coming in. It will be a very big challenge between both the particular teams. But look at this. This time the fault lines will be coming in and the players will be pushing from the perspective of alternate realities. But the Blade Storm is there. Dash, Updraft, Cloudburst, every util is going to get utilized. That's what I believe. And look at this. Now going to break. What? Took that many shots to break alarm bot. That was surprising for me. There you go, making an entry, trying to get the advantage. Hybrid finds one on Cortez. Cortez, a very useful agent to be honest, and the way he was able to come up with 1v1 duels was absolutely amazing. But now he has been taken down. Dizzy comes in. This will be a surprise for me if Raze survives, and that's exactly what happened. Raze was unable to survive. Now it's all about the breach. Last agent, Hyperfiction, very good with his aim, very good with his utils, but now he has been revealed. His position is pretty much crystal clear. Portland goes in. I don't feel he's going to be comfortable while pushing, but yes, the bomb has been planted, so he has to go for the defusal, and I feel Gecko might be able to wrap him around.
Flash out!
Well, the wrap might come in, but the defusal is going to be the first priority. Even if he sticks half, he can. But, well, the utilities from the side of WG are going to be on point. Denny knows exactly where he is, tries to fall down, knows exactly where
As I
to go.
said-
But Hyperfiction, the
Yeah.
fight is not going to go in your favor. Another victory for the side of WG. And am I hearing a comeback coming back?
I mean, defenders are ready with the timer. They are going to re-strategize. They are going to figure out what is going wrong in every single round. Why are we losing? Why are we getting those individual picks? And if you talk about the previous round, if you talk about the 17th round or the 18th round, yeah, 18th round to be precise, that just went down. In that particular round, three good players, three good agents from alternate realities decided to go ham on C side. Fault line came in from B so that they can just concuss the players who were pushing on the perspective of WG Esports, but that didn't happen because all the players were a bit more focused on pushing on A. Bladestorm came in, definitely decided to go for some good picks. Was not that fruitful initially, but at the end, Jet was able to get the picks. And if you talk about the Gecko, definitely went for the ultimate and decided to go and clear out the particular A side. Was very useful in it. And in the dark covers, there was KJ holding the side. Unfortunately, got taken down. And at the end, it was the Gecko who wrapped from the A top the particular breach and took him down. With that, yes, the round is pretty much done. Now moving forward, the timeout which was active for now is going to get diminished, and all the strategies that alternate reality is trying to cook is now going to be coming into the action. And apart from that, if you remember, PUBG Esports is definitely looking good in the past few rounds, but they have to still get many more rounds, get at least 6 rounds to be precise, if they really want to go for an OT. And I feel like that after the timeout, there is just a notion of 1 or 2 rounds going in the hand of PUBG Esports, and a close victory could be coming in from alternate realities in the next few rounds.
Alternate realities has to play on trade. That's the one way to win this. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. Trying to march in from side B because they know that's where we haven't seen WG Esports hit yet. They are going to find out where the players are. Go for a 3 stack backstab and make sure that they play on trades. Once they have the numbers advantage, all they have to do is make sure that they are refragging everyone who's fragging their players out.
What?
Oh, beautifully
Cypher.
done. They needed the numbers, and that's exactly what they got.
Right.
Beautifully done from the side of alternate realities, and now all they need to do is make sure that site C is taken back after the plant. This is going to be pushed into post plant, and there are going to be plethora of ultimates available to alternate realities to actually go ahead and acquire the stage. However, I feel like using from the shadows early on, going ahead and acquiring all the intel as an expensive recon will be essential, and that's exactly what is happening. They're going to go ahead, find the information, go ahead for the moves, and now with Thrashies already taking care of players, that's going to be the trade that comes in. Numbers will be again in the favor of alternate realities, and the numbers have to stay that way is all that alternate reality needs to focus on. But no,
What?
A-Star destroys the plan, gets in the way. It's a
player
2v2
standing.
that needs to result, but alternate realities, one single player, one single HP, one
Wow.
single bullet through the wall and done for. This was supposed to be the victory call, but it wasn't. It just wasn't.
Sienna, after taking down Cypher, you definitely thought that Alternate Realities is going to use the From the Shadow ultimate coming from Omen to get the information, but they decided to hold it. They decided to go for the Thrash, took the trade, but after that, they were just falling down. And the A-Star, the way she flanked, the way she took the angles in her favor was absolutely amazing. And due to that fact, I feel Alternate Realities is now at a loss. And A-Star definitely is the man of that particular round for me, because that particular flank was able to save the day for Team W Esports. But yes, moving forward, we are now into another set of amazing round. This is the 22nd round that we are talking about, and this is going to be a very crucial round for alternate realities. Well, there were multiple crucial rounds for alternate realities, but they were losing all. And this time, if you talk about the entry, it's already being made into the dark covers. We have the Jet trying to pick intelligence information, takes down player Nubi. With that, the C side is pretty much clear. Yes, the Omen is also trying to come in, but the shortage trap being utilized by WG Flame is going to hold a very good angle. But look at that, Wingman is out of the equation. But apart from that, A-Star is going to find another one. Yes, it was able to dish some kind of damage onto the Raze. Not enough. And WG Flame again is going to get distracted. That flashpoint definitely changing the game. The fall time, to be precise, is definitely changing the game, but still, WG Esports manages to bring another set of amazing round in their favor. Alternate realities. Oh man, I don't know what is happening. But yes, alternate realities is just falling short of breath. Yes, there is one notion of a clarity that this time, if you talk about PUBG Esports, they're taking the entry of a particular side where alternate reality is already backing out. If you see the KJ, it was already down to the waterfalls. If you talk about Omen, it was already back in the defender spawn area. So yes, they're not pushing that much. They're giving the entry exactly what happened in the breeze as well. If you remember, against True Rippers, GGs were giving that entry. That's exactly what is happening in the map of Lotus right now. The players are taking the entry and they're getting it. They're utilizing that moment to plant the spike and then eventually withhold it and not give the opponent an advantage to make an entry, because then they are exploring multiple different angles. They're getting the output. But yes, guys, all of those talks can actually go down, because now this comes down to the 9th round, maybe in the favor of WG Esports, or the 13th one, which might finally seal the deal in the alternate realities favor.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble from alternate realities. They've stacked everyone on site A, but they were just a little too soon to rotate back. Now that the doors have opened up, they are going to rotate back onto site A, and this is going to be a 5-stack trying to fight off the players trying to enter site A. Let's see if this is going to result much, because right now Hyperfiction has to make a decision whether or not to flank. This is going to be a fight that was supposed to be won by newbies, but the paint shells will get one for noob. However, the flame from WG is just going to be rising high and shining bright. This is not looking like the time that alternate realities was in the first half. The second half has just scattered apart. Now, it's only one player remaining. Again, from the shadows is being used. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong decision. I don't think this is going to work out. But well, give it your best shot, because Cortez, that is all that
Gecko.
you can do right now. Oh, this is not happening, to be honest.
If you
This
see,
is done for.
yeah. It's done, it's done. There was no notion of a clarity coming in from that Omen, because yes, with the From the Shadow, the ultimate that he utilized, he got the information that in the trees we just have one good player, but he didn't have the information of where the Gecko is, and Gecko rotated. Gecko tried to come up with a beautiful flank and was able to wrap exactly in that same fashion. He was able to do it in the previous rounds, if you guys remember. So yeah, a very interesting type of play coming in from WG Esports, and the way they are shutting down every single notion of defensive perimeter coming in from alternate realities is absolutely amazing. But this time the lockdown is there, which might help them to control the C side. But apart from that, if we talk about the A entrance, that's exactly where once again the preference is going to be. But the Blade Storm comes in. This time it's B that they are going to hit. We have a turret, and that's exactly what has to go down first of all. Apart from that, Breach holding a decent angle, but gets taken down despite of the fact he was
sad.
concussed. He still retaliates. The Blade Storm, the ultimate, didn't work out the way it has to be. And with that, alternate realities are once again down to the last 3 players. If we talk about WG Esports, yes, they are controlling the game for now. They have got their ultimates. They can use the Thrash, but even before that, the Thrash guy, the Gecko gets taken down, the Jet gets taken down, the Omen gets taken down. It's all about the last 3 players. Rolling Thunder being utilized, the Neural Theft is there. Every single ultimate, because they know if they didn't utilize these ultimates, they might lose the round. And when they lose the round, there is nothing that they can do to bring another set of round in their favor.
Oh, the problem is
planted.
the ultimate from the side of Killjoy can actually make a difference, but she will be picked off early on. Hybrid knew the right angle to hold and the right bullet to shoot. He just made sure that they were reaching the double digits they wanted. I mean, I thought that wasn't gonna be easy, but they make it look super easy. WG Esports, they have decided to do things in a fashionable way. First, they go for a 13-0, and this time it seems like they're going for a 14-12.
There's a possibility. We can't really deny it, because look at the angles, look at the picks that these players are getting. It's absolutely amazing to see WG Esports coming back from a situation of, if I'm not wrong, 11 to 12, 11 to 2 or 11 to 1. That's where they started. I guess 10 to 2 is,
10-2.
but they started
Yeah,
off in the in the first half. But after that, look at this comeback that they've got. 10 and 12, this is where the equation is all about. And I feel once again a very interesting contestment could be coming in. But before that, I believe we have a small pause, and in which obviously both of the teams have got their own set of time period to analyze and to figure out what they can actually do to shut down the opposing team. If we talk about alternate realities, they've already taken down a tactical timeout, and in that particular timeout, I thought for a moment that they're going to step up, they're going to get some good retaliations. But still, WG Esports is there putting down every single notion of a retaliation when it comes to the defender side. And if we talk about the attacking formation of WG Esports, yes, they are a bit scattered, but at the same point very useful.
well, so they are, so they are. Whenever you talk about a game of Valorant, you have to make sure that there is enough caliber that is built into the teams that are trying to play it. I'm not saying there isn't in these. There definitely is, and that is exactly what I want to highlight here. Because again, going all the way to 12-2, and then being brought down all the way to 10-12. What kind of alternate universe we're living in right now? This is absolutely mind blowing. However, here's my complaint, Raider. Alternate
Okay,
realities could have
go
sealed
on.
the deal literally at least 4 to 5 rounds ago. Their
Oh
chronology when
yeah,
it comes to
definitely.
using the ultimates is bad. It has been bad in the second half. They haven't been using the right ultimates at the right time. They haven't been combining the right ultimates with the other ones. And that's where the biggest problem is. At one point of time, they had 4 ultimates online. And again, if they had gone for the information first and then the lockdown, they could have done so much better. And same on the other side. WG Esports at that time realized that the lockdown has been used, but they saw also that the From the Shadows has not been. They went ahead and made sure that they got that information. Oh, sorry, not lockdown, Thrashies.
Mhm.
I am sorry about that mix up. But yeah, once they realized the
Yeah.
Thrashies has been used without actually using From the Shadows, they used their own and they made sure they had the intel that to capitalize on. And after that, here's the problem with Site C. If you're gonna go on a 4-man flank, you have only one single entry point. And Dupchi knew
Yeah.
that. They capitalized on it. They could be anywhere, but the only entry point alternate realities had what was that one single door. They were shut down, and after that, Dubji just made it a goal in their life to make sure that alternate realities does not get to see this victory in real.
Well, indeed, if you talk about the formation of alternate realities, it was faltering down in the previous few rounds. But I feel like that after this pause, maybe there is going to be a notion of comeback coming in. But once again, I would love to, I guess, say the thing that once again, these guys are letting the entry to come. Alternate Realities is still pushing back, and if you talk about WG Esports, yes, they have made their entry, but this time newbies will be ready to shut down the jet at exactly similar angle. And now the lockdown comes in from defender's perspective, so the KJ is definitely going to be ready with that. And if you talk about the Thrash being utilized, there is a possibility of a Thrash being utilized. But look at this, defender killjoy is still going on.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
what was that? Noob! He had a very good clarity, he had a very good insight of where the player is, was able to utilize it. Pain Shield goes in, no fruitfulness of it. But WG Esports, this could be the last round that they are playing. Yes, they've got the spike, so they might rotate back. Even before that, they're trying to clear out the C side or maybe get at least one or two players so that they can bring a equalizing stand in this particular game. But in this round, as we can see, Alternate Realities have just lost their Cortez, the only guy
30
who
seconds
mattered a lot at that point when it comes to using those paranoia, using the shadow step, using the dark covers. But still, they're fighting back. WG Flame pushes forward, it's going to get picked up, but indeed he retaliates. Scooby also retaliates and takes on Noob. That comes down to a 2v2 formation. Hyperfiction pushing forward, has got the fault line, has got the flashpoint as well. Let's see what he's going to utilize. Indeed, the fault line goes in.
Planted.
Oh,
Player
Gecko gets
standing.
taken down. It's the last guy, the Breach surviving, takes down the Omen. Now it's a Breach versus Breach. Scooby definitely with the higher amount of HP, but still it's done. Hyperfiction survives. You can't beat him in 1v1 duels. You should consider that because he already had 20 plus frags in the first few rounds, if you remember, of the second half. That's how aggressive he is. That's how he good is when it comes to 1v1 plantation and 1v1 formation when we talk about the duels that you were taking. Ah man, a very interesting game indeed. But at the end, the result is clear. WG is going to go out from round of 128 to round of 64. They came back. They were able to come up with a decent journey in their favor. But Alternate Realities made sure that in this reality as well, they will be the winners. There is nobody who can beat them exactly at this point. They bounce back after that break, after that pause that we had in this particular scenario. Yes, Alternate Realities were able to dish out the damage, the aggression, the on point precision that they were missing in the first few rounds of the second half.
Well, beautifully done by Alternate Realities. They have been finally able to secure the win that was one step away since like a long, long time. And now it looks like the victory is gonna stay with them for a while because they have been performing absolutely amazingly. Except for the timing on the ultimates, they are gonna be doing good. And with this, we have our victors for this match. Alternate realities have shown Dubji and
Yeah.
alternate reality all together because Dubji was actually thinking that they are going to stay on the winning streak with the way they started yesterday. I was just keeping my eyes peeled for the team. We did see a lack of strategies from the side of WG yesterday, and today I was thinking that this is going to be a different thing. It was. They did come up with great adjustments all through, and they were able to bring the game back. But then again, alternate realities just did not give enough wiggle room. 4 more rounds is all that WG needed, but then that never showed up.
Well, talking about the highlights, yes, we do have the highlights in which we will get an insight of what happened initially, why WG Esports was actually on the back foot of receiving just 2 rounds in the initial first half. And I believe in that particular picture, I guess we can clearly see that lack of utilities being dumped by WG Esports while they were defending. Yes, they were pushing Ws, yes, they were aggressing and at the same point trying to be very precise with their aim, trying to be very good when it comes to the duels. As we can see, Hybrid was on point. But again, there were a lot of situation of one kill wonders. Look at this. Noob gets one kill, but eventually gets traded off. And after that, even the guy, Cypher, Hybrid, who took her down, also got retaliated at the B main. So that's exactly how beautiful Team Alternate Reality was playing. Back to back 4 good rounds in their favor, already maintained a lot of pressure, be it the pistol round, be it the SMG1, be it the round where the Vandals and the other utils were coming into the picture. Yes, it was Alternate Realities in the first half specifically where they were ruling. Even if you talk about the utilities being utilized or the ultimates that were utilized or the timing of the precision that were coming in, yes, everything went down in the favor of Alternate Realities in the second half, although things drastically changed.
It seemed for a moment that WG was gonna take the victory for themselves. They kept getting rounds after rounds, all the way from 10 to brought 10, sorry, 12 to brought it down to the wire, going to 10-12, and then alternate realities was like, enough is enough. We are done for. We just need to close this deal, and they did. This was the close match that we've been demanding since we started off, and here we have it.
Yeah.
I am just not able to wrap my head around the fact, Raider, that if this is what's happening in round of 128, what's gonna happen next?
I feel the close cutthroat competition is just going to increase. We might see one-sided matches, but eventually that won't be that often that we did saw in the first day. But even if we talk about the aim, if we talk about the duels that were coming in, yes, it was good enough. If we talk about the angles being withholded in the second half, yes, indeed, WG Esports was looking very, very good. Even after they were holding the C side, they were able to plan the spike at. They decided to rotate to some other sides and also try to explore some other options so that they can actually take the players down. And the paranoia that was utilized by Cortez in this particular round could have been very, very useful if Cypher would was not present at that exact angle where he was. But eventually, if we talk about the next few rounds, yes, Cypher was left untamed. He was shot down ultimately. And at the end, if we talk about the utilities being used, yes, they were looking good. If we talk about the last few rounds, yes, alternate realities struggling a lot. Even if we talk about the angles, even if we talk about the hyperfiction, he was becoming the one kill wonder, but still he had 25 plus finishes, if I'm not wrong, in the last arena. So it was good enough. He was very good with his aim, but then again, that team support was somewhere missing in the later stages of the second half. But it was there in the last round, if you guys remember. And the way they cleared the side, the way they shut down every single player, it was all down to the breach and the Omen, if I'm not wrong. And yes, all of them were taken down in a jiffy.
That's sure, that's sure. But well, here it is, the victory that has gone to alternate realities, and there we have it. The scoreboard shows it very clearly that alternate realities hyperfiction has been stupendously amazing. He has 26 frags in total, and he's not even the duelist. What is happening?
I mean, the precision of this guy is just unparalleled to anyone who is there in the opponent's perspective. If you talk about A star, 18 kills. That's all he has got with ACS of 244. He has done a decent job, but when we compare him to the opponents, there are few other players who are in comparison. Well, if you talk about the lead, we have Hyperfiction, we have F Noob, and then eventually, if you talk about Newbie, he was also very close to where A star is standing right now. But then again, if you talk about the comeback, it was good enough. If you talk about the score, if you talk about the kills, yes, at that point, I would love to say Cypher definitely did some heavy lifting from the perspective of Duke G Esports. But then again, that synergy was somewhere missing in the initial stages. I believe if the initial loss of those defensive rounds were not there in the first half, I feel yes, FG Esports could have made their way in the round of 64 or the another set of rounds that they are trying to win. But yeah, it's done. I feel PUBG Esports definitely was able to dish out that aggression in the later stages. They are very good when we talk about the attacking side, but yes, in the map of Lotus, you really have to be good enough to hold the C sides, hold the A sides as well. And that's where every now and then team alternate realities were able to hit, was able to clear those sides, and was able to be aggressive in the initial half. Even the first four rounds, if you talk about that, the pistol rounds were very, very good in both the halves. If you talk about the first half and the second half, the pistol rounds was, if I'm not wrong, in the favor of team alternate realities. That's how impressive they were
Yep,
looking.
that too
But then if you
flawlessly.
talk about the yeah, the flawless rounds were coming in, which is the kind of notion, which is the kind of statement that WG Esports was making yesterday. If you guys remember, there were multiple flawless rounds against their own opponent that they were fighting yesterday, but today they got an opponent who is again capable of pushing out the flawless rounds in front of them. But for now, we are going to take a quick short break and we'll be back very soon with the third matchup of the day as well.
Look on my face. Look on my face. Look on my face. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown.
Well, we are back again at the India Predator League 2024. And eventually, if we talk about the start of the day, we have seen some cutthroat competition. We have seen the one sided domination as well. Well, our name is Raider and Anna Aiden on the desk. And eventually, if we talk about the next few matchups, maybe once again, we are going to see some cutthroat competitions. What is your take, Anna, on that?
How things are going so far, and it definitely gives a glimpse of the fact that there is going to be cutthroat competition, that's for sure. And we have seen Badua Lipa play before, so let's expect we get
Okay.
to see similar match.
Definitely, the contestment has to be there. But let's talk about the schedule. Let's talk about the idea of how the matches are going to get pushed to be precise from here. If we talk about the one-sided domination, yes, True Reapers was there with a clear-cut domination in their favor. But after that, if we talk about another beautiful matchup, WG Esports versus Alternate Realities. This was a very interesting matchup where Alternative Realities started off with a 10-2 in the first half. But then again, in the later stages, it all came down to a 13-10, where WG Esports was able to get back-to-back 10 rounds in their favor, which was huge. Back-to-back 7 rounds to be precise in their favor, which was huge on the hindsight. Match number 3 will be between Dua Lipa versus Chidi Esports. I definitely have to see how Chidi Esports is going to perform. And on the hindsight, as Zana said, Dua Lipa is a team who has made their way here with high expectations, and we also have high expectations from this particular team. So definitely have to see which particular map is going to be there. And with that, Anna, take the lead.
Well, we are going to be seeing them go onto the map of Breeze, which is going to be fun to watch.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, Badua Lipa, I know for a fact that one of the players is a part of Lethal Esports, or let's say was, and he has a lot of insight onto the game. I have had conversations with him before, and that insight makes me feel like this is going to be a team to fear.
Well, for that, I guess we have to definitely see the initiation of the map of Breeze. And eventually, if we talk about the attacking side, it is going to be in the favor of Badua Lipa, and they have to push in and they have to get the job done. They have to either hold the A side, either push the A side or the B side. Because again, we have already seen one particular set of teams performing in the map of Breeze. So we have a clear perspective of how players could be there in today. But then again, if we talk about team which is there in the defensive perimeter, it is going to be Chai TS, Chai T Esports to be precise. I really don't have the idea of how they're going to play. But then again, when they will be choosing their agents in the agent selection, then their strategies, their players might be eliminated a bit.
Absolutely. I'm hoping to see a Viper, obviously, as you did in the last one as well. However, I want to
Mhm.
see a double controller setup come in, and then usually people go with an Omen or an Astra when the Viper is combined. But I want to see a Viper Harbor, because whenever there is a spot where you can go for longer range fights using the high tide, making sure that the longer range can be cancelled out makes it very beneficial for either of the teams to go ahead and make sure that they have the best opportunity whenever the fights come in, and make sure that they have a good enough hold onto their grounds. So double wall is something that
Yeah.
I'm looking forward for if someone goes ahead and tries to use it, because it could be super helpful like it is on the map of Pearl on B side. Whenever you try to go for the longer angles, you go ahead, use Cascade, you go ahead, use High Tide to seal off all the angles, and then use the Toxin
Mhm.
screen to go ahead and actually make the plants. So yeah, there's a lot of versatile usage of these wall combinations, and that could actually be super useful, specifically on maps that give longer angles. And well, there's also one more thing, Raider. I
Mhm.
renamed the harbor wall and viper wall combination alongside a friend of
Okay.
mine earlier, and now we call it hyper wall because it's
Oh,
harbor and
interesting.
viper wall. Nice, no? It
Yeah,
should
yeah,
catch
it's
up. We should
yeah,
normalize calling
definitely.
it hyper wall.
Okay, we'll try to do that. But yes, the agent selection comes in. We have double duelists being unlocked by Dua Lipa. We have a Reina. We have a Jet by Shibi. So this will be interesting to watch out. And this is the first time from the past day that we do see a deadlock, maybe possibly being picked. Apart from that, the Chamber will be coming in, and the Hunter will be there. That's the Sova from Chai Tea Esports. Okay, yeah, I guess the deadlock will not be coming in. The Viper will be there. Chatty Esports again going for the Viper, and they have the Hunter, Sova. We have a KO, we have a Cypher, we have a Jet. Not the combination of a double duelist, but still I feel Chatty Esports is here with some strategic plays. Choosing these agents definitely comes down to the strategies that they're going to utilize when it comes to the game.
Absolutely. The agents are going to be super crucial to how the game is going to be played. I do feel like Badua Lipa is going to go in for as many fights as possible. They have two duelists and then a pseudo duelist coming in the form of Chamber as well. So let's see how that turns out for the team, because they have given up on this, like, generic sentinels. They don't have a killjoy or a cipher. They're going in with a chamber, which is going to be super new. Let's see how that
Choose
turns
your
out.
agent.
Talking about Chai Tea Esports, they have quite a lot similar lineup as to the last teams that we saw play on Breeze. So let's see if this out of meta composition of Badua Lipa is gonna bring them the out of meta results as well.
We have to see. We have to check out how these two particular teams are going to perform, because then again, the agent selection is done. On the hindsight, if you talk about Badua Lipa, they are going for the double duelist approach. I feel it can be very interesting. Yeah, being on the fact that first of all, they have to get these first half in the attacking side. So I feel, yes, that is the notion that they're going for, so that they have the right amount of agents, the right type of agents that they can push in and make an entry with the Leers, with the Cloudburst, with the Blaze Storm. Yes, there is a possibility that that the entries will be a bit more possible. You talk about the A side, yes, there are multiple angles that you can choose. You can go from the A man, you can go for the cave, or you can actually approach from the wooden doors as well. So there are multiple areas from which A side can be opened up. And at the same point, if you talk about the B one, yes, you can rotate back from the bed, B mid. But then again, that will be a bit more chaotic because you have to come in more crosshairs. But all of those notions, all of those predictions, all of those speculations are now finally coming back to the truth, because yes, the first round is going to get started. Have a lot of hope from both the particular teams, but let's see, is it going to be a complete one-sided domination or a cutthroat competition?
Well, we might see a toxin screen pop up onto site A from the side of Badua Lipa. So far as I can see, that's what I feel. But let's see how it's gonna turn out. And yes, there it is. The toxin screen is gonna be raised to give a easy entry into the site, but the cyber cage is gonna fall in the way. That is gonna deny information and make sure that Badua Lipa struggles try to find their way inside. But Chaiti Esports losing an early player are giving benefits to Badua Lipa that can be capitalized on
enemy
instantly.
remaining.
The plant will go down, the flags will come in, and now it's literally one single player from Charity Esports trying to look for the toast he needs.
As the Viper coming in with the classic in the hand, the left clicks are coming in. Damage was definitely there on Shippy, but yes, the Jet will survive. Not a flawless one, but yes, a close one to be honest. And with that first round in their favor, definitely the pressure will be coming onto the players of Team Charity Esports. And yes, they are looking a bit more aggressive at this point if I talk about Badua Lipa. But yes, things might change in the next few rounds. So let's have a look at what happens next, and eventually the type of guns these guys are going to go with is also going to be a big clarity notion. Hooks is going to go, and apart from that, Sai is going to go with the Vandals, other guys with the Ghost, and in the mid we have a Sheriff buy as well. On the hindsight, if you talk about Chidi Esports, again, this is a save round, so the classics will be the approachable guns that they're going to have.
Well, Badua Lipa, this is an aggressive move. There could have been a lot of damage that Ryukun could have executed, but well, he gets spotted right on time. And now again with numbers advantage on a long range with a literal next to nothing weapon. Shibi goes ahead,
What?
gets two more. What
Nice,
are
okay.
you doing, Shibi? In that range, just ghosting people
Ah.
one after the other. 3 for the Jet and second for Badua Lipa.
Oh man, this was very interesting. The way Jet dashed in, and eventually after that we had a updraft being utilized, and after that 2 good kills on Viper and Cypher, if I'm not wrong. The last one also got
Yep.
taken down by Badua Lipa's Viper. So it was a very
Spikes here.
interesting round, to be honest. The way they made the entry, the way they were able to withhold that particular push onto the side, and the eventually plantation of the spike, and the advantage that they had after winning the second round is obviously going to be mesmerizing. But now comes the bonus one. In this, Charity Esports is also going to be ready with their own set of Spectres, own set of Vandals, whatever they're going to go with. But through the wooden doors, there is an entry of the Jet, and yes, Jet is tagging the players, trying to come up with some possible fights, but the wallbang manages to take one down. Eventually, the opponent's Jet was not that fruitful, but there you go, the retaliation is there. Shiri also gets taken down. With that, we are left with the last 2 players, the KO and the Viper. Let's see how this situation comes up. Ooh. The KO gets taken down. Viper and Reina will be the last 2 surviving from Badua Lipa, and a complete home stress has to be there from Charity Esports. It will be very interesting with the Bulldog. Definitely tags around the player, takes one down, switches to Vandal, and now it's Viper versus Viper. Viper from team Chaiti Esports definitely has got decent amount of HP. On the hindsight, Badua Lipa's Viper is not that much tagged. Look at this, 150 HP, 50 for the shield, 100 for the health, and was able to take her down in a swift movement, in a swift flick. Yes, definitely going to go with the spike plant. But yeah, in the replay, you will get to see how it all started.
Oh, well, beautifully done by Hooks. He has been able to pull up quite a few good entries for the team. And now, Badua Lipa actually goes ahead and acquires the bonus round as well. They haven't been able to secure all the weapons, but they are going to go in for the right buy this time. Blind Sniper already using a Marshal, trying to make sure that the team can actually get some recoverable weapons. But then again, with a Marshal, you generally go for longer range. And when you are on a longer range, the weapon is dropped but not generally recovered. Let's see how it turns around. This time, marching right into the face of Shibi. You can expect it for a different result, but no, it's gonna be repeated history. And Shibi gets another.
Even after being suppressed, even after being the guy who is not going to use his utilities, this guy still survives. But yeah, at the end, Shibi gets taken down. But still, if I talk about the last few players of Charity Esports, they're not going to even survive to make an entry into the particular B side. That's how beautiful these guys are playing. Look at this in the B back, beautiful control OKO, and then eventually through these wiper wall, there was another frag coming into the picture. Amazing performance by Badua Lipa's players, and I have to see what will happen. Like if you compare them to the previous matchup, WG Esports decided to give a comeback in this exact round, the fifth one. They had one round of a lead, but that was a different map. That was a three-sided map. It was low test. Players were different. Obviously, the agents were different. But now comes down to Charity Esports. They have to give that notion of a comeback. Again, the wiper wall is going to be here, being utilized. The toxic screen is going to get uplifted, but I definitely want to see some decent picks coming in from Charity Esports, because if you talk about their frags, if you talk about their initiation, it's not that much. Cloudburst is going to go block that window, but still Godspeed from the back end is going to be ready, more than ready to be precise, for his own utilities and the barrage of them to be used. But Hawks with the Empress on, the ultimate will be coming in. This is the time where the ultimate should be utilized, and that's exactly what is happening. Lucan gets taken down. The Sova won't be living for another second. And with that, it's all about Cypher and Reina. Cypher and Jet to be precise. Reina goes in for the Leer, with that going to peek in. And look at those shots with the Vandal, definitely takes the play down. Now it's all about the last Jet. Ooh, Jet versus Jet. That's interesting. Remus was able to take her down with the op. And then again, the operator is now going to be out of the equation. The players from the opponent could be able to pick it up. And yeah, they're going to use it if they really want to go with.
Well, let's see on the attacking side who's gonna have all of the courage to go ahead and march in with an operator, but we are definitely gonna see them march in towards the fifth round into their own favor. This is where things could have been changed a little, but Charity Esports failed to, and now Badua Lipa just going on, marching right into the face of victory. It seems like it's gonna be a hard-fought victory for the side of Charity Esports, if that ever happens, that is. But as of now, Badua Lipa definitely looking at a brighter side of the day. Shibi, you're trying to be sneaky, but you have no idea where a Sova is. Gets taken down by Godspeed though, and Blind Sniper will get one for himself. Folks has an idea where to find the next jet, but that's gonna still be a survival that Remus will be able to go for until the classic comes into play. With this Bulldog, the next frag comes in, and now it's a 2v2 scenario. It's not looking very easy. But then again, Charity Esports is battling time. Still got a lot on hand. But now Sai has not shied in taking one more for himself.
Spike planted.
Well, now the spike has been planted. Even after the effect of the neural theft, the positioning was revealed, but somehow the player was taken down. Chamber with the rendezvous is ready to once again hold back his side. Even if he gets damaged, he's going to once again go to the rendezvous. That's exactly what he's going to do. Apart from that, has got the headhunter as well, but decides to go for the Vandal. Unfortunately, was not that fruitful, but what is that? While reloading, he decided to come in an open spot, and Sova, the hunter, was able to utilize that notion and was able to completely shut him down. Look at this. With the Leer, pushes forward, tried to have the advantage, definitely was able to have it, but at the end got taken down. So I have to say, from Charity Esports' perspective, their duelists are not looking that good, to be precise, when it comes to Jet. But yes, remember, there has to be a possibility when the attack round comes in, maybe that duelist is going to be the fruitful agent that these guys have. But for now, all Jet is doing is just trying to get one pick at least in every single round from Charity Esports' perspective. If we talk about Badua Lipa, yes, the Chamber is more than ready with Tour de France. He's going to hunt down players. Let's see if it is as possible. But yeah, there you go. The approach is going to be precise. Reveal is there with the recon bolt. Definitely the position has been revealed, but even through the cyber cage goes the shot of Hoax. He's not going to let it go that easily, and with that, the B side is not looking that covered up. The players are approaching the A side, and with that, the Vipers Pit is going to get utilized. Toxic Screen is also being utilized. So at this point, I feel the advantage is still there in the favor of Team Badua Lipa.
Well, with all of those ultimates already online, things are not looking good at all for the side of Chitty Esports. They do have a couple of their own, but this is already past time to actually use that. Now concealed under the shroud of Viper.
One enemy
There is gonna be
remaining.
survival that Badua Lipa is gonna go with, and well, the versatility on DC rules. He got one on his headhunter, he got one on Tour de Force, and then a spam coming in from the side of Spy will send Godspeed next to God.
That was very, very interesting. The way Chamber decided to go with the Tour de France and then eventually switched to the headhunter, was able to take another one down. So he was very quick with his aim. But after that, if you talk about Sai, look at this. The pre-fire into the Viper's pit was actually working out way too well, and he was able to get the last frag that was supposed to be there. Now, Hunter's Fury and the Null is actually online from Charity Esports on the high end side. If you talk about Badua Lipa, they also have their own barrage of utilities and the ultimates. The Hunter's Fury is there. They have got the Stormblade, Storm to be precise, and then again the Reina's Empress will be there if they really want to go
Oh.
with. But Remus shuts Shibi down with a beautiful operator shot. With that, the duelist, which was very, very useful in past few rounds, is now out of the equation. The tripwires is still there. Let's see if the entry is going to be possible enough or not. But Hunter's Fury comes in, and that is there from Badua Lipa. They're trying to create a gap. They're trying to make an opening, but Hoax is now trying to rotate from wall. But they got another operator shot. I thought for a moment this could have been fruitful. With the Lear, decided to make an entry, but unfortunately that Remus shot, that operator shot from Remus's perspective, connected way too swiftly. And with that, Jet in this particular round from Chitty Esports was definitely the fruitful one.
One enemy remaining.
Well, losing Shivi and then losing the Reina, that too early into the game. Even after the Lear, Remus was able to go ahead and capitalize a flawless victory for Chitty Esports in a round that demanded Badua Lipa to even go ahead and invest their Hunter's Fury. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Charity Esports finally having a sip for themselves. Now are gonna look for a pleasurable evening back home because this is supposed to be a victory that they are trying to aim for. And so far, it seems like a hard fought one. There has to be a lot of
Yeah.
motivation. And I can tell you, the prize pool is huge enough to buy you all the toast you need with your chai.
Well, yeah, I guess Anna is a bit more concerned about the prize pool as well. At the same point, talking about the game, the judge was there. The connection was not there. Viper was more than ready to retaliate. Charity Esports definitely wants to bounce back. And after that 8th round in their favor, they are definitely here to put some marker in this particular picture. But let's see how far they're going to push, because Badua Lipa, they are also looking more than ready. The shock darts are going in. The shock bolt is going in. And if I talk about the recon bolt, yes, it was destroyed initially, but he's waiting for his time to come in. The drone is being now utilized. Soba wants to get the information of where the players are, and the Empress comes in. Not in the previous round, but in this one, they are definitely going to utilize the information. But due to that spy cam, the position is more than revealed. Look at that, unfortunate. The Chamber had a very good eagle eye perspective onto the player. Takes him down. Chamber retaliates once again with a bare minimum of HP of like 20-30%. Chamber is still doing the heavy lifting, still surviving in the game. But Remus with the operator is unstoppable. Ooh, with a classic, a headshot goes in and takes down the Chamber. And there you go. There comes the second round for Team Chitty Esports. If we talk about the initiation, yes, Chamber definitely did the heavy lifting of taking down 3 good agents, but at the end, he didn't have the support of his teammates to really shut down the deal and have their 8th round in their favor.
Well, Badua Lipa is losing Shibi way too early into the game, and after that, Hoax generally falls. It's usually left to 3 players alone to go ahead and actually make sure that the victory can be commenced, and that's not enough because on your opposite side, Chitty Esports is surviving with all 5 until that point of time. This has been the history in the last 2 rounds, and this, if keeps repeating, will not be fruitful for Badua Lipa. So they better not put Shivi in a position where they has to take a fruitless first fight, because then it's just not gonna look right for the side of Badua Lipa. Trying to fall back and probably rotate, go on to site A. But well, site A is gonna be concealed, fortified. Only one player inside, but then again, a very hard to fight player because you're gonna have a lot of intel that is delivered to this player on the dish when you enter.
Yeah, beyond the perimeters, beyond the pyramid, he is holding right now, getting all the information with the spy cam, and the trippers were also there. But yeah, right now, if we talk about Sova, the recon bolt will be coming in, giving out the information, but still, Cypher gets taken down. Well, with that,
Nice.
the operator is now on action. Remus really wants to have that output, but I feel it's going to be a tough fought battle for her as well. There you go. Blind Sniper finds DC rules.
Last player
Remus gets taken
standing.
down. Blind Sniper finds another set of two. With that, China Esports is now there with a 1v3 combination and finally nails down the last player as well. It was Godspeed, the KO, who got the player down. And now they can easily go ahead and defuse a bomb. They have defused a spike. They have plenty of time to actually play along with it. But yeah, they can also go ahead and pick the operator that Remus was using, because that's really important. Again, you really don't want to spend those 4700 credits every single round when you're getting taken down. So yeah, there's that.
Well, absolutely. Being able to secure the operator is gonna be one of the goals, but well, let's see how that's gonna be utilized. It's already with
Mhm.
Remus this time around. And on the other hand, Badua Lipa, this time Shibi gets no weapons. Nada. Even after the money, we're not gonna spend it because Shibi, you've been dying way too early every single round. Let's see what happens in the next two, because these two rounds, if Charity is able to win these, but Dua Lipa is done for, because next half won't be as easy. Being on the attacking side, it's important that you have at least 9 rounds to the favor. Let's see if Badua Lipa will be able to
Oh,
get
the
that.
tripper.
Shibi with a classic, got his Blade Storm online, got his
What?
first flag done for. But on retaliation, the other ultimate, Hunter's Fury, will take Shibi down too. Both of these ultimates with one frag each are gonna be sent off. And now it's a 4v4 scenario. The
Wow.
operator. Crisp.
An interesting shot coming in. Remus definitely wants to seek out some more players, wants to get the output. And yes, indeed, Sai gets taken down. It's all about Chamber and the Reina. Reina is beyond the wooden doors, takes down Remus. Now, once again, operator has to be saved. The Leah comes in. So, unfortunately, so also gets picked off. It's all about KO versus Reina. Decide to go for a fake defusal. But just a single flick, just a single shot. That's all Hooks needed. And yes, Hooks was able to get it. Now, this could be an 8-4 situation, or maybe a 9-3 curse could be coming in from Charity Esports' perspective. But in the instant replay, you can clearly see with the trapper, definitely trapped the Jet. But still, the Blade Storm worked out. That connection came in. Cypher got taken down. And at the end, it was the Hunter's Fury, which was able to be fruitful. But even after that, Godspeed definitely was able to get some crucial picks. But yeah, the loss of Jet and the Sova was something very critical for Charity Esports. And eventually, when that happened, it was all about the KO, who didn't have the higher amount of utilities, and also if we talk about his HP, it was not looking good. Ooh, again.
Oh, what a start. Same exact thing, and you get punished again. Shibi. Again. This guy has been dying off early on into the game, time and again, and he has to stop. He has to stop. Charity Esports, however, making sure that they get the best of whatever situation they're in, and the Hunter's Fury.
What? I mean, even after he knew the Hunter's Fury is coming in, it was tagged in the initial phase, but then again, he decided to go and hold the same angle and got destroyed with that. Now, the Recon Bolt is definitely going to give a lot of insight, but the Viper gets taken down. Badua Lupe is not looking good, but it's a 2v2 formation. No, it's a 1v2 formation right now. The last man will be the Viper, and I feel the Tour de France can be more than useful to shut down the player. Look at this, already aiming onto the particular perspective of holding the wooden doors. Decided to go for the Vandal, decided to go and pick that particular gun. I guess it was the operator, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that was the operator that he was trying to go with so that he can save that particular operator, but unfortunately gets taken down with that. All of the control that Charity Esports had from past few victories is now out of the equation. And also with that, the first half is pretty much done. The second half is going to get started. And in the second half, again, the pistol round will be the most crucial round, because if you win it, there is a possibility that you are going to win the next one as well.
Absolutely. Being able to acquire these rounds is going to be super important for the side of Charity Esports, because they need to close down the lead as quickly as possible. Because if you lose these two, then you're 3-11. That's a long climb, and that's a very difficult one. So that's just
Yeah.
something that Charity Esports would not want to be a part of. So let's see how they are going to acquire themselves this early victory into the second half. They are trying to go all five in a stack towards site B, but that early shot from Rules is gonna be super ruling because this is gonna be an early loss of the duelist for the side of Chinese Esports, and they have only one duelist to begin with. Entry almost next to impossible now.
Well, it does feel like that this 4v3 scenario is going to be very troublesome. It's a 4v3 exactly. And if you talk about the HPs of Badua Lipa's players, yes, it is not looking good. And now we are left with just the Viper. Viper gets taken down at the backside. And on the hindsight, if you talk about Reina, she's trying to rotate from the B mid area. And yes, she's also going to get picked off. With that, the fourth round comes in the favor of Team Charity Esports, and this is the moment where Charity Esports really want to bounce back. And eventually, if you talk about the usage of that headhunter with the combination of a rando with, definitely in the pistol round, it can be very fruitful, and that's exactly what Chamber tried to do. But at the end, Chamber was able to contain many more frags that he could have actually got in his favor. But that, if you talk about Shibi, yes, he was also very on point with taking some good kills. But yeah, Charity Esports definitely had the majority of the advantage when it comes to holding the site and also clearing it, and at the end also fighting for the post plant. So that was actually very, very good. Moving forward, now we are here in the situation where the 14th round will be coming in. There is a possibility that the players might rotate back to the A side by holding the wooden door. But look at this. Sova and Jet are already making a move from the attacker spawn, and they're trying to be in an area where they can be spotted. Sova can actually spot them up. But what? Sai takes Sova down from the opponent's perspective, but Sitseno managed to take down Sai as well. With that, Jet is the only agent that is there. Jet is also going to get taken down with the Spectre. Remus finds a very beautiful angle onto the player, but now it all falls down to Godspeed and his angle that he can usually utilize. There you go, Ryukin finds GC rules. Player is going to rotate, get spotted indeed. Now it's all about Reina, and KO has already given the information that Reina is stuck at the B side. I won't let her rotate. Even if she rotates, she's already quite tagged up and the position is revealed. So you can easily go for the bomb plant. But even before that, KO finds his final fry in this particular round. With that, the notion of a comeback coming in the second half is already clear. Charity Esports backs out the pistol round. And then again, they have got the second round as well in the favor. Timeout will be coming in from attacker's perspective because they have to re-strategize. The bonus round is coming in. They have to get an idea of how they should play in this particular map, because again, Breeze is a comparatively new map when it comes to the updates and the changes that this map has already seen in the recent scenario. So coming back to that scene, rotating from the mid or consideration of that A hall is already out of equation. And eventually, if I talk about the sites, there are major changes in it as well. So that's why this is the moment where Charity Esports really have to re-strategize once again how they're going to make a move, possibly on the A side, because every now and then in the last two rounds, they have hit the B side.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
So
sure,
definitely it's going to be
Charity
very
Esports
crucial.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is super crucial for Charity Esports to actually go ahead and acquire these rounds. And well, even after having a couple of victories in the second half, they are going to go for the timeout, make sure that they are coming back strong and for the long run, not as a one-hit wonder who just get the first two rounds and then shatter again. And Badua Lipa
Yeah.
again, they want to look for the double digits for themselves. So this is going to be an important round for Badua Lipa as well. But then again, the stakes are much higher for Charity Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about Charity Esports, they have to get at least 4 good rounds in their favor if they really want to get in a closer scenario to Badua Lipa, and that too back-to-back 4 rounds in their favor, which is again going to break the momentum of Badua Lipa. But for a fact, I would like to say Badua Lipa and their hold might be fruitful enough to completely shut them down, because now comes the bonus round. Both the teams they've got their own preferred choice of weapons, and Shibi decides to go all ham, peeks on the B window, shuts the player down, and with that, things are now drastically changing. As we can see, Shibi is trying to have a different side. He's holding the B main and spotted another one in the window, tags her down. It was the Jet, Remus, who was very good with the operators. But then again, if you talk about being the attackers, I don't feel operator is the weapon that you can utilize when you are the attackers. There you go, bit by bit, Ryukan with the Guardian, Sniper with the Vandal, takes down 2 good crucial players of Badua Lipa. With this, I guess it's a 4v3 type of scenario, and the Poison Orb is there. Apart from that, the Snake Spit is also going to be utilized. So let's see how far these guys are going to push. Snakebite was actually a very good utility to really stop the player at that point, and that's exactly what happened. But even after that, JN finds one, might be able to take another one down. Yes, Remus gets taken down, and unfortunately a trade comes in. That was a very good
Teleport's ready.
hold of that side, to be honest, and that's exactly what they
30
needed.
seconds left.
Badua Lipa's Viper was
planted.
very fruitful in
One
it, but
enemy
now
remaining.
sides are changing. Chatty Esports is now left with just one single player,
Last
and that
player
is the
standing.
Sova. Finds his mirror agent in the opponent's perspective and also
Oh.
clutches the moment by taking down the chamber. The pseudo duelist was not so fruitful in this round.
Well, so it was, so it was. Blind sniper, 4 frags for the guy, single handedly put the team on another victory. A round that was super crucial for the side of Chaiti Esports was finally taken down, and now they can look upon a scoreline difference of only 3. This is not going to be that
Yeah.
difficult, but then again, you have to make sure that you keep pushing Badua Lipa into saves, into broken buys, into economic danger.
We really have to see how that pressure is going to come, because there is an inclination of hitting every time the B side. Because if we talk about the approach of A side, we have seen and it has been declined a number of times. A Marshall pick is there. I feel that can be very critical, but look at JN holding a very beautiful angle into the pit. And yes, gets taken down instantly. It's a 4v4 scenario with the Marshall. You can be fruitful, but eventually your precision has to be there. Look at this. The guy is planting the bomb indeed, tags him around, tags another shot, and with this, a very calm and composed approach coming in from Hoax. Takes down the player. The wall bangable shots are coming in. Shibi also gets retaliated. Not a very good situation. Look at this. Another shot. Ooh, with the classic manages to give a large amount of damage on Sid say no. But the bomb is yet to be planted. The spike is yet to be picked up and yet to be planted. So it is going to be very interesting to watch. With the HUD enter, TC Roots finds a crucial pick and got it. And the other guy is already holding the windows to be precise. And from that angle, Sai decides to go all ham, takes 3 players down with the Guardian. Was not expecting that, but look at this. The way Jane held her angle was absolutely amazing. And even after that, Hooks missed 1 or 2 major shots, but after that connected one. And even if you talk about Sid say no, his HP was also quite diminished due to that flick of a classic.
Well, walking into the 17th round of the game, it definitely seems like Badua Lipa, having acquired their 10 rounds, are going to be trying to make sure that their victory streak can continue. Chai Esports, however, are
Yep.
going to be finding themselves in a difficult situation. So this time around, they try to go ahead for a deflected push.
Here.
You can already see KO trying to go in towards site A, gonna get some information, give some away as well, maybe try to, create a fake there. Same is gonna be happening towards site B as well. If you talk about Badua Lipa, they have already acquired a couple of frags, and now they know no matter what may come, this numbers advantage will put them on a winning side.
Wow.
But wait, blind sniper. He takes Shibi out, and Shibi, the first man to die, the first man to show. Let's see how long the team can survive with him getting taken out that early.
And now if we talk about the retaliation,
Oh,
yes, Jane is going to find a very crucial angle and take the player down in the B back area. But unfortunately, yes, Jane is also going to get picked off. Now we are left with just the Jet, who is there with 10 or 20% of his HP. And I feel it's going to be a big challenge with the Lear. There you go. The classic will be utilized. Hawks every now and then just chooses to go with the classic rather than her main gun that she is particularly utilizing. But at the end, yes, the round now finally is in the favor of Badua Lipa. After so many hardships, after so many losses of back-to-back 3 good rounds out of their hands, finally it's Badua Lipa who was able to establish some good connections in the last 2 rounds, and they are able to dominate. They are able to be very close to their match point. Now all they have to do is just be consistent with this approach. The rendezvous is still going to get utilized, and I believe Chamber is going to hold the mid windows. And if we talk about the B window, with the Lear, she is going to first of all obstruct it, and then Viper will be pushing in as well. Ooh, there you go. The ultimate comes in. Viper's Pit is going to be a very crucial ultimate at this point, which is going to actually deny every single notion of a push coming in from B main. Now the players are a bit more, pushing towards the A main. Let's see if this approach is going to be fruitful, because Shibi is more than confident, and also the dash is going to get utilized. Look at this, the Storm Blade. Blade Storm is going to come, not so fruitful. From their owner perspective, there we go, the retaliation is there. One player from Reema's perspective has been taken down. It was Shibi who had been taken down, but then Sai, with his Hunter's Fury and also with the Vandal, decides to go all ham, rewards the favor, takes 2 players down. Now it's a 3v3 scenario where KO is already down to his 50% HP. Reina is going to peek. This will be crucial. And yes, Reina gets a beautiful pick with the Devour. HP is back. Actually, that was a dismissal if I'm not wrong coming.
Yeah, it was a dismissal, but well, now Jane just with the trigger discipline trying to walk in, gets the last frag, and here it is. Match point for Badua Lipa. Now all they need is one more round. And what Chai Sports has to do is make sure that that doesn't happen for the next six. That's gonna be
Yeah.
slightly difficult, but then again, you can always delay the inevitable. So let's see how far Chai Sports can actually push this, because as of now, the victory definitely seems a step away from Badua Lipa.
All they have to do is just be consistent in this round as well. Hold of their sides. The Viper, Toxic Screen is already ready. But apart from that, the Null comes in. KO is actually going ham. Sitse no takes one down. But unfortunately, there is still a notion of a Sova surviving. And look at this.
Oh, goodness.
Sova and Viper, what a team effort that was. Finally, a 2v3 scenario comes in into the picture because it was just the Sova and the Viper who actually withheld the last round in the favor, and it's done in the defensive parameters. The winners are going to be with Dua Lipa with a beautiful synergy, with a beautiful consistency in the second half as well. Exactly what they showed in the first half. But in the first half, you remember there was a lead of 6 amazing rounds in their favor. In the second half, struggled a bit, lost the pistol round, lost the another second round, and eventually the bonus round was also lost. But after that, these guys were like, no, this is it. You have to stop here. You have to go for a chai tea break, and we are going to send you very soon.
Well, they did. Well, they did. And well, Badua Lipa right now with this victory are gonna find themselves into a much better spot going up forward towards the round of 32. And well, I mean, this has been a commendable game to watch. There were a lot of adjustments that came in from the side of Chai Sports as well, but it just did not stick for long. I, however, do feel like Barua Lipa has a lot to work on. Losing your players that early
Definitely.
into the game is not going to be useful as you go forward, because here it still made sense. Going further, it will only make a lot of desperation for Badua Lipa itself. I feel like Shibi needs to know when to fight, when to fall back. He has been getting himself killed a lot, and that too way early on in the game. So that's my little bit of complaint. Hopefully, that will be worked upon. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at what went right for Badua Lipa and what did not for Chai Sports.
I mean, initially, if I talk about the first few rounds, Shibi was going ham. The cloud burst and the way the dash was working out and her precision, it was just so on point. Shibi was definitely able to get a lot of kills out of the first few rounds. But eventually, if I talk about the later stages, at that point, yes, even in the attacking phase, even in the first half, Shibi was going down very early. But if I talk about Ryukin, this is the Viper from Chaiti Esports' perspective. Quite a good one, to be honest, when it comes to her aim as well. And even if we talk about the precision, it was working out. But yes, the suited duelist, in many rounds, Chamber worked out way too well. His headhunter and the Tour de France that he was able to use in, I guess, 11th round or so was very, very on point. And he came back with a flick of a headhunter and took down the other agent as well. So that's how beautiful these players were playing. But in the highlights, you can clearly see there was a control of back-to-back 6 or 7 rounds in the favor of Badua Lipa. But after that seventh round, things decided to change. And I guess we will have to give a big up to Remus in that particular perspective, because those op shots in the mid windows were absolutely amazing.
Well, they sure were, and Remus was able to get the team back into some action. But well, again, when it came down to Badua Lipa going onto the defensive side, they just had way too much difficulty trying to, secure the rounds. However, in the end, they weren't very far from victory, so they were able to get themselves the one that they needed the most and close this down in their own favor. It was closer than all the matches that we saw yesterday, and that has been the story of the day. So I'm expecting much more from the next matches to come. But yes, this has been one to remember. Again, as expected, Breeze is gonna be a map of chaos, and that's exactly what we got to see. But Dua Lipa,
Yeah.
being the victors, are gonna be going forward, and headed home is Chai Tea.
Yeah, Chai Tea in the round of 64 definitely wanted their level best to outperform the particular team known as Badua Lipa. Yes, they had some small burst of momentums. If you talk about that momentum burst, it was after the seventh round, and back to back they were able to win 3 good rounds in their favor. But then again, once again, Badua Lipa decided to just shut them down, take the players out of the equation, and there was a scoreline of 9-3. But eventually, if you talk about the second half as well, in the second half, the pistol round and then the SMG one, where the Spectres, the Bulldogs, and a force by Vandal was there for Badua Lipa. It was just for Chai Tea Esports, sorry, and it was very, very good with the way Chai Tea Esports was able to utilize it. But at the end, if you talk about Badua Lipa, after like 3 good rounds in the favor of Chai Tea Esports, Badua Lipa again reverted back. That synergy, that consistency was there, and due to this, yes, the storyline is pretty much clear. With a buffer of 7 good rounds, it's Badua Lipa which is going to move forward in the round of 32, which we might see tomorrow. But apart from that, yes, if we talk about the scoreboard, we have a clear perspective that Hoax is the one who had the highest amount of kills. Although I thought for a moment that Shibi also did the heavy lifting, but look at that. Shibi had that notion of doing the heavy lifting and getting those initial frags in the first few rounds. And after that, Shibi was there with just 9 kills and 5 assists. That's all.
That's right. Shibi could not perform the kind of performance that was required from him. But well, I guess it's okay because the rest of the team was able to lift a lot of weight by themselves. Look at that, 41 frags between Hoax and Sai itself. That is a huge number. That's probably more than the total of Chai Sports. Let me do the math. Give me a second. So that's 21, 34. Okay, no, yeah, it's lesser than Chai Esports total numbers, but the Chai Esport total number is literally 50, 50 frags in the whole game from Chai Esports.
I mean, they
Yes.
definitely tried. I have
Um,
to say that they definitely tried in some decent rounds. They were trying to come back. Yes, there is anything to add, Anna?
but yeah, so there was definitely an attempt from the side of Chai Sports. I agree to that. But yeah, the producer sir, you gotta stop making us laugh. We're not liking that. We wanna stay very sad for
I'm
how
enjoying
it
it.
went down for Chai Sports, and I wanna be very happy for how it went for Badua Lipa, but I don't wanna laugh on myself. You're enjoying it. It's not on
I mean,
you.
that's why we are here. I know. But yes, guys, the
I'm
third
getting
match, it was
bullied.
a very
Audience,
interesting
help
one.
me out.
Okay, we'll see about that. But yes, apart from that, the third match was absolutely amazing. We have seen quite a few cutthroat competitions, and eventually, if we talk about the first match between True Rippers versus GZs, that was the only match which was the one-sided one. But maybe after the
Yes.
quick short break, we'll be back with the fourth match, and in that match, maybe we are going to see another side of one-sided one. But for that, a short break will be coming in, so stay tuned with us.
Yeah, no, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. No, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
So now is the moment where we are going to witness one last action for the day in the India Predator League 2024, day number 2. The eliminations brackets are going on, and we are here with the Valorant action. The name is Raider and Anna Aiden on the desk. And yes, definitely in the first few matchups, we have seen quite a few close quarter matches. If you talk about the first one, well, definitely there was single-sided domination coming in. I'm talking about True Rippers versus GG's. True Rippers won by a huge margin, but after that, yes, the story changed a bit. We did saw a beautiful close quarter competition coming in, but now it's Team Sarafa versus Coup de Grace.
Well, yes, I am expecting a lot from these teams. They've already been set some, benchmarks that have to be crossed forward. We've already seen a lot of teams try to make their comeback possible. We saw, WG Esports go ahead and try to make their comeback possible. The same was happening in the next match as well. So this time, let's see what's gonna happen. And first of all, let's see where it's gonna happen. It's gonna be done all on the map of Ascent.
Interesting choice. Ascent, definitely a map which can give you the understanding of where to play and how you can actually utilize the two sides that you have got. On the B side, definitely the KJ setup can be very, very useful in the mid markets. We might see some different agents coming to the picture. On the high side, if you talk about A side, again, the advantage could be there. But yes, the attacking side will be there for the Coup de Grace. And on the high side, defenders will be initially for the first half, Team Sarafa. Yes, in the second half, things might change. But I feel once again the close quarter competition is what we are awaiting. But I guess Anna, every now and then when we have seen a close quarter competition, it has been there in the second half, not from the start. So what do you
Yes.
think? Will this match have the starting phase as the phase where the close quarter competition will be coming in?
Hopefully, I'm really looking forward to seeing a match that goes just pivoting around constantly left to right, and it's
Yeah.
very hard to see which team is gonna win. That's the kind of matches I would love to see going forward. But yeah, on this particular one, I mean, Ascent gives you a lot of flexibility when it comes to playing the game out, and I feel like it's gonna be super crucial as this map has such paper thin walls. You could actually literally go ahead and shoot down from heaven, and it would still be a wall bangable spot. This is the only map that does it, and this is also the only map that does not have a code name. Ascent's code name is Ascent. Fun facts for you
All
guys. I'm
right,
a
there,
trivia
there you go, there
person.
you go, guys. The fun facts will be there. But yes, coming back to the facts of agent selection, we did saw a mirror composition
Yes.
coming in. That means every single agent from both the particular teams were pretty much same. So have to see how these agents are going to get utilized. We have the woman, we had the, I guess, Cypher was there, the KJ was coming in. Apart from that, we had Sova, the Hunter, Jet was there. So all of these agents are obviously going to be an advantage for each and every particular team. But eventually in the defensive perimeters, it is Team Sarafa, which is going to start off. And as we can see, there's some swap grenades, the turrets will be utilized if they have bought it. But yes, obviously this is the pistol round. Might not have been like, let's say, one of those rounds where they are going to spend that much. But yes, with the classic, KJ will be able to withhold some push. You have to see that. Who the Grace on the hindsight is also approaching the B side. They're actually in the B main, but they might actually go through mid.
Well, there is this one very weird strat or ascent that I have witnessed very recently. It was done by PaperX. They would just literally march right onto defenders, spawn from the attacking side using the mid area, and then recirculate from there towards side B. However, this is not looking like the same thing. KO has gone in for an early frag, but then gets traded out instantly. Trigger discipline maintained, spike under control. Amaterasu doing good for himself and for the team. Team Sarafa with the first round secured and logged right in their pockets.
I mean, those left clicks, they were very fluent, as you can see. One trade, second shot, and that was done. Amitarasu was able to get two good kills at that point. And eventually, if I'm not wrong, the other agent from that corner, from the A mains, was able to dish out the damage onto Jet. And that's how Coup de Grace, the whole attacking formation over the A main side, was going down. Yes, there were players rotating from the mid as well, but they were also getting countered. But what will happen if a Ares comes in? Because now with that recon bolt, he can get the information. With the wall bangable situation, he can easily shut down the players if they're approaching at the B main, to be precise. But yeah, there is nobody except the KJ. But that agent is pretty much far away. On the high side, we have Marshall pick coming in. Have to see how Deadly 10 is going to perform with that from the mid markers. There is no one who is trying to approach. Yes, in the mid catwalks, I thought for a moment there will be some players, but this one-way smoke is something absolutely amazing. This can be very, very crucial for the players of Team Coup de Grace, but unfortunately, it's KJ who has been taken down from the attacker's perspective. Paranoia goes in, another neutral being dumped, and with that, I believe the elimination could be coming in pretty soon. But it is looking like a situation where players are trying to wrap them around. And there you go, another Marshall pick. Deadly 10 is actually very deadly, but what was that? A flawless round in a span of just 5 to 10 seconds when Jet decided to push on the mid catwalk area. And I guess they were able to win this beautiful round in their favor in a short time period. And with that, definitely the bonus round is where Coup de Grace may be able to create that marker.
Well, absolutely. A beautiful round came in from the side of Coup de Grace. They started off by taking the first pick from the side of Jet. Mid was cleared, and once that was, Jet went ahead, collected more information, tried to find out if anyone was trying to attack on side B. And once that was clear that nobody exists on that area, they all just tried to wrap the players around from the long flank by two players. Very well done, squeezed in between. A sandwich was made of Coup de Grace. And now Team Sarafa again looking forward to go ahead and get themselves early frags. Merzel just does not have any fear at all whatsoever. 3 frags in the last one and 1 in this one already. An early entry for the side of Team Sarafa. Coup de Grace is not looking good.
Pretty much what happened in the previous round. KJ falls down initially, which leaves down the last 4 players surviving in the game. But with the Marshall, this guy, Deadly 10, definitely wanted to be the one who could have actually a bit more of a fruitfulness. But unfortunately, he has been taken down. Amitarasu also trying to rotate from the defender spawn. This will be very interesting to watch how the game goes from here. And as we can see, now the players are rotating maybe from the mid pizzas, and they're trying to have an entry. Okay, this time they are approaching from the trees. This will be very interesting to watch. The recon bolt has been destroyed, but with that, the notion that the players are coming in from that corner is already clear. And as we can see, with the flash drive, makes an entry. The KO gets taken down. Unfortunate, but that's the harsh reality. Apart from that, we have another takedown coming in. It's the KJ which was left here. Also gets taken down. Now comes down to Sova, who has got a Ghost and an Ares. I would love to see how he's going to utilize that particular gun, because again, you have to have precision. Yes, the fire rate is absolutely amazing. Yes, you have higher amount of ammos, but then again, that precision has to work out. And as we can see, the firebolt definitely was there, and it is obviously going to give up the information. This round is kind of looking out of the equation for Team Sarafa, which is again a very good side for Coup de Grace.
Well, Coup de Grace right now looking good, and they are going to be able to take the right frag onto right to ace as well. With that, finally a round comes in for the side of Coup de Grace. Team Sarafa kept on marching forward, but now that they did not have the right weaponry, they had to bow down to the players of Coup de Grace. It's finally going to be a round where both the teams are going to be moving in with the buy that they want. Deadly 10 has already invested into an operator and is watching site B very keenly. He has a very thin angle for himself, and the moment players start trying to coming in, they are going to be knocked out of the lobby. Let's see how useful this is going to be. The recon bolt is going to detect a few players. No, it won't. It won't just yet.
I mean, now Coup de Grace already has an idea that the Recon Bolt will be coming in, and after that, we will see Suva performing the way he was performing in the previous one because they were able to capsize him who had the Ares. So, this is absolutely interesting to watch out how that Odin is going to be fruitful. And yes, approaching the B side is somewhere going to be a difficult one. And I'm so happy to see that Sova is the one which is withholding the B side. And apart from that, if you talk about the KJ, it is actually looking more keen on holding the A side and also constructing some good parameters onto the different sides. But there you go. Once again, the opponent's KJ, Coup de Grace, loses their own KJ by a beautiful upshot coming in from Deadly 10. As the name suggests, he is indeed deadly. But look at this. Look at this. The I2 Ace is actually waiting. Oh, he takes down 2, 3, 4 players. Actually, 3 players to be precise at that angle. With that, now it's all about the KO. Yes, indeed, KO peeks in towards the wine. We have a woman, Amitarasu, trying to get some good picks, but eventually this could be a 4K coming in from the Sova. Let's see if it is going to be the case. The paranoia goes in, and with that, Tricky, the KJ, finds the last pick. But yes, in a span of 2 or 3 seconds, if I'm not wrong, in the replay, you will get to see the movement. Yeah, there you go. Back on back, the player was able to hunt down the duelist and the sentinel. Apart from that, yes, the last few remaining frags were there in the favor of KJ. With that, this beautiful round goes in the hands of Team Sarafa. Quite a good start indeed.
Well, absolutely. Team Sarafa was able to seal another one for themselves, and this one was done very cleanly nonetheless. A beautiful execution from the side of Team Sarafa, and now comes the fifth round, one where Coup de Grace has to make sure that they have a standing. An early recon, the
Right
intel
here.
will be delivered, but with that suppression, there is going to be a pause that Right to Ace will have to face. However,
Right here.
with that Odin, there's a lot of value that can be derived right here. Let's see if Right to Ace is gonna go ahead with that spam
Shock
just
dart.
yet. A short dart has been invested and the spam has come in as well, but no fruit just yet. The owl drone, however, from the side of Coup de Grace is scoping out the area and they're aware it's only one player on the other side. Let's see how much value they can squeeze in out of this.
Take flight.
Oh,
Okay.
right detections.
Revealing
Perfect
area.
detections. That timing has been amazing from the side of Right to Ace. And look at that.
Unfortunate.
One enemy
That
remaining.
capitalization.
What?
This guy is going all berserks onto the players
Oh man.
of Coup de Grace. Beautifully done. Those recons, the complete intel, and on that, the shots from the side of Deadly
Wow.
10 and Right to Ace. Beautiful.
I mean, Jet was already tagged if you talk about the initial moment of throwing that recon bolt and then eventually getting the information. Yes, Jet was already tagged a lot. So that's why coming in the line of fire was some way a wrong decision for Jet. But yeah, it's done. Fifth round also goes in the favor of Team Sarafa. In the third round, definitely Coup de Grace was able to establish their dominance, which was the bonus round if you guys remember. But even after that, now they are getting shattered. It's KJ which is getting picked off every now and then. If we talk about the last few players, yes, they are also trying to contest, but somehow when KJ falls down, the whole synergy or the idea of pushing in a certain angle gets diminished. But look at this, the recon ball definitely able to give out the information where the play could be, but the paranoia could be coming in pretty soon. The dark covers are already there. That will actually give the advantage of the players
Oh, timing.
of Coup de Grace, and now they're going to push in, but Serdi Odin walks out. Look at this, two good frags. Now he's going to take another one. There is a possibility, but no, the player peeks in. Now it's all about Jet. Position has been revealed. Doors has been broken down, and with that, there you go. Defenders win again. It is the attackers who are just left out of the misery. Because if you talk about Coup de Grace, they had a very beautiful angle to push from. They had the mid visas control, and then they were trying to push from the gates. And at that point, through the road, there were some beautiful Odin shots coming in by Team Sarafa Sova, and he's doing a phenomenal job of getting those finishes, to be honest.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right to Ace, the way he's been playing is amazing. And then the support that's coming in from the side of Deadly 10 whenever it is frontal fight, and Trixie whenever it has to be a flank is beautiful. Again, there's a lot that has to be corrected from the side of Coup de Grace. But let's see how they're gonna move forward from here, because this looks like one of those rounds where they are going to try and sell a fake.
This will be interesting. Two of their players are already rotating back to the B side. Other ones are focused a bit more onto the A mains. We have the Jet, we have Sova, and then the KO also pushing forward. Definitely have to see how this particular scenario is going to work out, because if I talk about Deadly 10, look at it, already very precise. The trigger discipline is definitely going to be there. All drone comes in, reveals the position. The recon bolt is definitely going to be very helpful. Have to press F and eventually shut down that recon bolt and then move forward. Moving forward, if I talk about the other players, things might be different. Amitarasu with the paranoia is more than ready. Whenever he gets the inside of players pushing, he can actually dish out that paranoia through the gen. But even before that, I believe, yes, the paranoia was utilized. Nobody got blinded with it. But the dark covers, they are definitely working out. Amitarasu finds Sova. Crucial pick, to be honest. Sova is the agent that has to be taken down, because again the recon bolt could be coming in anytime soon. But now when
30
Sova is
seconds
down
left.
and the spike is
Spike
down
down.
in the mid areas, trouble arises once again. But look at this. Sova concerned with this bow and arrow. Jet on the other corner can be taken down. Look at this placement that CDG Knee has got. Yes, indeed, he's going to take down Jet. It's not going to be deadly enough. But apart from that, yes, the retaliation will be coming in pretty soon. Kenny W pushes forward. Kia Braft is going to take an
10
advantage. But
seconds
even
left.
before that, we
Down.
have right to ace holding the boathouse, the back one,
Yeah.
and was able to have the control out of it. Now there is not a lot of
Enemy
time left.
remaining.
With that, I believe, yes, this is the 6th victorious round for Team Sarafa. Total 7 rounds have happened. Through the Grace was able to establish their dominance in the third one to be precise. But after that, Team Sarafa is just going ham every now and then.
Well, so they are, so they are. Team Sarafa, the way they are playing, it's already very dominating and very lopsided. Coup de Grace is having a lot of hard time trying to go ahead and actually fight this off. Let's see how they're going to convert the next one, because this right here is about time that Coup de Grace goes ahead and gets themselves another one, because this is looking very, very difficult of a climb for them right now. This time they're going to try and move in from side B. But look at the spam. It's just unstoppable. Plus, neither of the teams has any of the agents that are going to be able to heal yourself up. So with that, Coup de Grace already has their smoker brought down to minimal HP. One more bullet and it'll be a bye-bye for all the smokes.
Ooh,
There it
what?
is. Oh, beautiful. Deadly 10 already put the team down to 3, trying to go for one more, but the Blade Storm is right in front, but no more. No more. Will Kenny survive? There it is. A very quick and easy round, clean and crisp from the side of Team Sarafa.
Amazing, amazing. That's what I have to say. The performance of Team Sarafa is looking very good. Be it the individual players like Jet, or the combination of a spam and the recon bolt coming in from the Sova. And eventually, if I talk about Amitarasu, he has also found some beautiful insights. The paranoia and eventually the dark covers, the way he's establishing himself with the shrouded step. He is doing a phenomenal job of getting those crucial kills. And if I talk about KO, again, utilities with the combination of his precision is working out fluently. But now comes the timeout, which is going to give Coup de Grace and both teams have a beautiful time to reconstruct their strategies and also fall back a bit. If Coup de Grace really wants to be pushy, they can actually approach one particular side. But then again, they're going for the flanks in past 3 or 4 rounds, and it is not working out, to be honest. So they might approach in this round in a straight fashion, maybe at the B side, maybe at the A1, because if they decide to go at B, yes, they have to be ready with the Odin spams. For the Odin spams to be precise, coming in from Sova. On the high side, if I talk about the A side, at there, I guess we have KJ, and apart from that, we have Omen and the KO also holding that particular side. But let's see who is going to rotate back to the side this time. And as we can once again see, KJ is the one which is going to come up for a flank, come up for a. Okay, she's setting up the alarm bot and some other utility so that the backstab could not come from mid. That's interesting. That's one way to go.
Well, absolutely. This alarm bot is going to be super crucial, because again, KJ was one of the players that was getting lost constantly from the side of Coup de Grace, and once KJ is lost, you cannot be aware of what's going to happen on the back lines. You have to be constantly looking behind your back.
What?
With that in mind, KJ was placed at the right spot, but the
Spike
positioning
down
was
A.
not
Deadly.
right on the rest of the players. Deadly has already taken down 3 for his name, and now he's looking for the last drop that survives. Amaterasu, however, will find him first. So that's that. There it is.
I mean, in some rounds, KJ is the first one to go out. In some rounds, KJ is the last one to go out. And yes, unfortunately, the team is not able to bag out some decent rounds in their favor. KJ, unfortunately, will got blinded with the paranoia and gets taken down instantly. With that, we have the 8th round coming in from Team Sarafa, and this is again a one-sided dominating type of situation coming in. Indeed, in the 3rd round, when Team Coup was able to have that bonus round in their favor, and eventually they were able to construct some good strategies and build their synergy, and also had that full control of the 3rd round. I thought for a moment that this is going to be one of those matches where from the initial stages we will get to see that close cutthroat competition, but no, it's not looking like that. Currently, if you see and talk about the formations and talk about the pushes coming in, yes, it's looking like basically getting lost, and the players from Team Kodegras are unable to push forward. But this time, the lockdown will be coming in, which is going to give them the edge. Let's see if it is going to be a fruitful one. And for now, into the dark covers is going to be the situation for both the KJ and the Sova. They're holding their own positions. They're now getting an idea where the player is. Jet might be getting dinged, but even before that, in the swarm grenade, Sova gets taken down. No doubt that some more players will be falling down. It's KJ and the Omen surviving now. It's all about Omen. Position being revealed. Yes, the shots will be going in. And it was right to Ace with the Odin, who spams him out of the existence. And we all know he's an unknown agent. We don't know where his origin is all about. And that's exactly where Sova left him.
Well, another round, another victory. That's all that Team Sarafa is going on acquiring one after the other. The numbers just keep on mounting and the lead just keeps on surmounting. This is unattainable from this point if you look at it from the perspective of Coup de Grace. But well, we'll soon see how much caliber the team is packing for themselves. This time they're gonna hit onto site B, probably try to scope out the region of mid as well. They are sending one of their players towards site A just to make sure that all the intel is constantly gathered and delivered to the rest of the team. But then again, making sure that this event does not result in any demise is going to be important. This could have been a hard fought battle, but well,
Wow.
Deadly 10
Wow.
just does not stop. A little glimpse is all he needs. However, the moment he comes back out, KJ will be there waiting for the frag. He picks up the shot, he goes up in the air, takes out Sova before leaving, and then Amatras who does the cleanup job. Goodness, he knew it was gonna be a demise, but he chose to take one down before he was taken out.
I mean, he had already taken down the initial frag, then he decided to go ham with the shorty. Decides to go for the dash, and then the updraft was also there. So yeah, there you go. The result is pretty much clear. Unfortunately, yes, in the later stages, Rally 10 was taken down, but then again, they were able to win this particular round in their favor. That's the best part. That is the only thing that really matters. And obviously, the operator would have been recovered. But for now, the recon volt is once again going in. They're trying to get where the position is, where the players are, and with that, the push will be there. And this time, straight up lose. And yes, they're taking the players down, despite of the fact that we had an ult coming in from KO. It's not looking that easy for the players to survive it, but ASKO might be bringing back himself. Apart from that, the Recon Phantom, what is that? Right to Ace, not just good with his spams, not just good with his Ares and the Odins, he is good with his own formulation of the picks that he has got with the Phantom. What a play that is. But with the Vandal, this will be tough. Fragment being utilized. There you go, another shot. Ooh, KO gets it done. It's a 1v2 scenario for now, and there is the lockdown. If KO decides to go ahead and plant the bomb, but look at that, Spike is way too far away. With that, the control is going to get lost, and in the mid is going to be the situation where KJ's lockdown is going to get utilized. So I feel KO has to push in, get some good picks. He's going to push, but I believe he's going to get detained if he stays at that same exact area. I decided to just push forward a bit back. Now comes the Phantom once again into the action. Let's see if he can really have the advantage, because Phantom versus Vandal, this will be very interesting. But now switches back to the Operator, which he was able to utilize from the demise of Deadly 10. Again switches back the gun. I don't know what is happening. He might actually go for a... Oh, actually this is the last round, so there is nothing to save in the first half. There you go. All said and done, 83 HP is where this guy is standing. Again peeks from the same angle and gets shattered because there was not a lot of time period to be precise. So he was not clear of maybe he's going to rotate, maybe he's going to change some different angles, but he decided to play from the same exact angles that was the mid catwalks, and unfortunately gets taken down. With that, yes, 11-1 is the storyline. Now the sides have been switched, but still, look at the buffer. 10 good rounds.
Well, 11-1 swap. The only one that we've seen worse than this was the 12-0 that we saw yesterday with Dubji. But well, this is looking very lopsided. In the second half, I'm expecting for a comeback to happen. But then again, the way it is going for Team Sarafa, they look like they don't want to give any leeway at all whatsoever. This time around, mid area is going to be monitored by the players of Coup de Grace. The jet is going to come back in. But again, that one single shot and that too a miss. You've literally left the complete area empty for the taking. Shots are coming in, but not landing to the spot. And look at that, the turret, the jet, both are out.
Bomb grenade out.
With that situation of a 4v3 is going to be 4v5 is going to be there. But there you go, Tricky with a beautiful angle in the mid pizzas manages to take one down, and now from the Marquez going to push forward towards the defender spawn, spotted the Omen, and the KO is also going to be there. But look at this, a beautiful shot from KO, managed to shut down Tricky's, and the spike is already planted. So it's all about Jet, Sova, Omen, and the KO that are there from the attacker's perspective, that is Team Sarafa. This might be a possible round in the favor, but no, Nee wants to deny it, but unfortunately Nee is going to get denied out of the existence. Omen will be the last one, might be able to pick one or two, but no, unfortunately with the classic right to ace will be able to take him down. Team Sarafa backs out, another set of amazing round in their favor. And on the hindsight, if you talk about Coup de Grace, they're struggling a lot.
Need a drop.
Well, it's very evident that Coup de Grace are struggling quite a bit, and from here their struggle is about to end, it seems, because it's an anti-eco. There isn't much that can be done from the side of Coup de Grace because they weren't even in the attacking side. They weren't even able to put the plan down. So there's nothing that could be done to even force buy in this round, and that just gives Team Sarafa another opportunity to go ahead and capitalize. This time, being on the attacking side, they're marching right in. First frag, second frag, Marzel and Deadly already putting the numbers up. Going up onto the heaven side, taking the third, fourth and fifth, both trying to climb in from the area of 3 and stairs.
What?
One after the other, flashed out, taken out. Marzi starting with a 4K, ending with a 4K. This dude has taken the complete responsibility to open and close for the side of Team Sarafa
Wow.
into a victory that is impeccable.
What a way to go out, to be honest. Team Sarafa, definitely an amazing showdown of skills, strategies, and the precision from these particular guys, from these particular five amazing players. But yes, they are the winners. So from round of 64, they are pushing from themselves to the round of 64, round of 32 to be precise. On the hindsight, if we talk about the other team, the team Coup de Grace is obviously going to go out of the equation. But yep, they definitely tried their level best. Eventually, it was the third round, if I'm not wrong, where they were able to bounce off with the bonus round in their favor. But after that, they were falling back and forth. You talk about the angles, you talk about the flanks. It was not at all working out, because if you talk about the flank, KJ was the one which was trying to flank around, and eventually it was getting picked off early. And even if KJ survives, she survived till the end, and she was left with a situation where she had to do a 1v4. So that's how KJ was also getting picked off in the initial first half. But if we talk about the second half, yes, things drastically changed a bit. In the second half, there was a storyline of 11-1. So the pistol round came in, and in the pistol round, again, straight up entry into the B side, and then eventually were able to plant the bomb. All the players were able to withhold it, and with that, the job is pretty much done. They were able to get the match point, and when you have the match point, and that too a pistol round in your favor, and again, the second round is kind of an easier round because you have the superiority when it comes to the guns and the utilities that you can really buy with that particular victory of the first round. That's exactly what they carry forward. They were kind of adamant that they're not going to let any other round go in the favor of the particular team known as Coup de Grace.
Absolutely. There was only one single round that Coup de Grace was able to secure for themselves, but then Team Sarafas was just ready for their meal. And their logo just showed how eager they were to finish up this particular match and go back to their eating pods. That's where exactly we will be headed after
Yeah,
this, right? Right? Yeah.
preferably. But yes, let's talk about the highlights first of all, so that we have a clear perspective and our audience also have a clear perspective of how it all happened. Initially, if you talk about the picks, those left clicks, they were absolutely amazing. Amiturasu definitely showed a sign of a complete chaos that he was about to dish out in the next few rounds, and that's exactly what he did. Being the defender, initially was able to withhold a lot of angles, but these spams, these Odins that were utilized, Odins, Ares, and eventually the Phantom as well, that was utilized by right to ace, he was very fruitful with it, to be honest.
Fruitful. Yes. I like the word. Anyways, you know where I'm going with this. Yes, this was definitely a
Yeah, I
very
know, I
good
know.
match coming in from the side of Team Sarafas. I know you're already hating me for talking about food so much, but we're soon going to be able to have our own. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You see a lot of people go ahead and spam with their Odins, but you do not see as much
Hmm.
fruit come in as Right to Ace was able to acquire. Being on the
Yeah,
defensive side, there was just way too many frags that floated in with the Odin. Here's another example. Literally a flying jet being caught
another
in an
one.
Odin. How do you expect that? I mean, it's hard to aim at a flying jet even with a Vandal, and Right to Ace does it even with an Odin. That itself is an exemplary performance there. And with that, you can see the scoreline as well, reflecting exactly what Team Sarafa is capable of.
Yeah, even after that, eventually, if we are not talking about Soba, then we talk about the Jet as well, which was very, very good when
Oh,
it comes to
yes.
the op shots that Deadly 10 was able to get. Apart from that, when it comes to the precision, yes, Jet was good with it. But even if we talk about the strategies and the other guns that she was able to utilize, was absolutely amazing. When we talk about Deadly 10, those updrafts and the shorty shot that was connected beyond the mid area was absolutely amazing. But yes, initially, once again, we are back at the square one where the classic shots were very, very amazing, and then eventually we had a flash drive being utilized. There were some moments where chaos fragment was about to give a lot of damage, but yes, still with the updraft, with the dash, Jet was able to make an entry. I'm talking about Deadly 10, and the way he entered, the way he retaliated is just something of a statement. And due to that, in the later stages of the defensive parameters, we did saw Coup being pushed back a bit, and also while they were attacking, they were not that committed towards their attack because they knew from every single angle they could be taken down, and that's why they were trying to like withhold their aggression. They were trying to read where the players could be, but eventually that was already too late.
Absolutely. There was an attempt that did come in from the side of Coup de Grace, but well, that attempt was not enough. Not enough this time around. But soon they will have another opportunity for themselves to actually go ahead and acquire themselves the kind of victories that they would like. But for now, it was all done and dusted way too quickly by Team Sarafa. 13-1. That's the lowest scoreline for the day.
Oh yeah, I was talking about that. Initially, we started with a one-sided match of a score of 13-3, if I'm not wrong, and then eventually the next two matches came back with a close quarter competition. And finally, in order to sum up the day in the map of Ascent, we definitely saw a beautiful collaboration and the aggression of Team Sarafa. And due to that, we have a lead of 12 good rounds. That is the highest today, that's for sure. Apart from that, when it comes down to players like Hitman and Knee, Kenny, God's Plan, and Myth from their corner. Look at Myth, just one kill. That's all he has got. And their top fragger has got seven. That's all. So it really shows that yes, somewhere around the strategies and the synergy. Also, the key factor communications might be missing from these particular teams because they were unable to, like let's say, give the information to the teammates that yes, we have been taken down at this point. The player is there, the opponent is there, and you have to approach mid or maybe catwalks or maybe the tree. That's all which was going wrong, to be honest. The information was not there, and eventually if we talk about the angles that these guys were holding also in the defensive perimeter, it was just not that fruitful.
Well, that's true. There wasn't much result that could come in the favor of Coup de Grace, but well, we did see the representation of Team Sarafa. It was
Mhm.
strong, it was a statement, as you mentioned before, and now teams like these are going to be moving forward into round of 32 where we will be seeing
Yeah.
them go head to head against each other. This is going to be scary, this is going to be nerve wracking, and it is not going to leave much room for error. I do want to see how much these teams can rectify themselves overnight, because we are literally moving in from round of 128 to 64 over the night, and then from 64 to 32 over the night. So this is going to be very little time that the teams get to go ahead and rectify themselves. And in that limited period of time, they have to eliminate way too many errors to actually stand a chance against the team that has also faced similar battles and made their way back in. So this is going to be super interesting, and every single day we're gonna keep on seeing more and more heated matches with rising competition all through.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm actually quite excited, to be honest, because coming back from round number one, round of 128 to round number 30, round of 32, yes, definitely the competition is going to evolve. We will get to see some interesting selection of agents. We will get to see some interesting selection of maps, and eventually, when it comes to the trigger discipline, I believe that will be there. But for now, I guess Anna, it is the end of the day. We have seen four amazing BO1s, but that's it for today, guys. We'll be seeing you tomorrow in the India Predator League 2024 presented by Acer. But for now, guys, bye bye, peace out. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
I can do my dance like a touchdown.